It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Ooh, Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning. Good morning.
Day 2.
How we doing?
Day 2.
Yesterday
so-
was decent, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I can't get over the the people that tuned in. Thanks so much. I mean, we had a lot of people popping in and popping off, and then you had the other channel, CPU, that did big numbers, and so much appreciated.
Oh, I didn't even look at that. That's yeah. People
Much-
watch. People want to see what's going on, man.
I guess the reason why Tom is not down in front of the courthouse is because you really can't be down in front of the courthouse when there's people there. I know that there's some people down there filming, but it's just them walking around. So, anyways,
there's no interaction. I can't get any interaction between any of the attorneys. I can't get it with Karen. I can't get it with even the people that are in court, like Aiden and Jess Machado, and like I can't even get interactions with them. We're so far away,
and even they can't talk about it.
So
if they're in the courtroom, they cannot talk about the jurors or anything like that, which I find very interesting.
So
protect them. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Protect them, right? I get it, but
we don't want nothing to do with the jurors. You know what, Mike? No one's ever said anything about the jurors. Everyone's left them alone because nobody cares.
And that's you know what it is? That's them making it an issue because
exactly
I think they're afraid of it. And I'm just like, all right, I'm just trying to put it's like a puzzle. Like you're trying to figure out, like, even yesterday's moves with calling, like everybody's calling it the anchor. You anchored your prosecution with Nuttall, and it blew up in his face. It blew up, man. Alan Jackson got not all to say. My memory gets better with time.
Remember that one?
That's how good he is. And not all was talking to himself on the stand, dude. Talking to himself.
And they got him dead to rights.
Eviscerated him.
Oh,
eviscerated him.
Oof.
Crushed him. Now, Kerry Roberts is going to get cross-examined today.
Again, right? Who do you not want in front of you asking you those questions?
Oh,
any of them?
God. She wasn't cross-examined last year, right? Because I don't know what the sympathy card was out last year with these guys.
It's different.
I tell you what,
and she's already changing her story, Mike. You see what she said that it was missing?
You know what, though, Tom? If Karen called her and said John's dead and hung up, right? Obviously, we're going to see a hang-up phone call from Karen's phone, right?
Yes.
Why didn't she say anything to Goody at the police station? Maybe she just dismissed it and said Karen's not in her right mind. I don't what why do you say something like that? Why do you even bring it up if you don't want to hammer it home and say, hey, listen, Goody, she told me this. That's a big deal.
Thank you, Bonnie. Listen, we will meet. There'll be a time, I promise.
Yeah.
Today's just a bad day for me. I have an I have an opening at 10:15. I have a meeting. I have to. I'm trying to do it virtually. We're gonna see. But this is an investment in my future.
You can't get blood from a stone, though, dude. You know that, right? I'm telling you, it's more of the principle. I think, in my opinion.
Sure is, isn't it? Imagine having
Yeah.
that. No
Yeah.
PTO meetings, no nothing. Woo!
Right. What about
Busted.
the principle about opening your mouth?
Hey, listen, I'm not perfect, Mike. I make mistakes. I make mistakes every single day. I try and do better the next day. But
Yeah.
one thing is, if you have a good heart and you try and do the right thing and you fail at it, well, it's gonna happen. You just gotta keep doing and have faith that you're gonna one of these times you're gonna hit a home run. That's all.
Yep.
One of these times it'll help. One of these times it'll help somebody meaningful, right?
I don't know, Tom. You have a good heart, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea how you do what you do sometimes. I really don't. I really don't understand why you do what you do. But you know what? That's why you're you, and that's what makes you.
Listen, the day's gonna come, and you're gonna get to those gates, and there's gonna be a dude there that's gonna say you're either coming in or you're gonna get out. And if he opens that book and he looks at all the things that you did that are nice and all the things that helped other people, maybe you get through that door. But I know that if in that book it says I was mean and I was nasty and I was ungrateful and I was user and I was a liar and a cheater and that's not what's getting you through those gates. So if you do what's right in your heart and you try, well, don't be afraid to fail, because that's how you learn. Right? That's how you learn. So you know, it sucks knowing you're gonna fail, but you gotta do it.
Well, listen. Let's move on from this, because I've talked about it enough of my morning about that stuff.
So listen, speaking about trying and failing, right? We got Kerry Roberts on the stand today. Mike.
Fail.
She said that it was broken last time she testified. This time she said pieces are missing.
Oh, I know. When did Karen show it to her? Where? When?
She said, remember, she said at John's house when they get out of the car, and they all walked around and
yeah, that's right. And that turned out to be nothing, because they didn't stop at the car.
Really? And they went right in the house. We saw it.
So what was good information for me was that when Karen drove to Jen's house, she waited outside in the car, or was outside, and Karen was yelling. I remember this testimony from last year, and Jen was upset that she was going to wake her neighbors up. Jen then comes down and drives Karen's car, and they all they met at Jen's house and then drove back together to One Meadows. Now, Kerry is saying it was her idea too.
Mm-hmm.
And Jen was too. I mean, that makes the house is not that big where you're gonna be, you know, you're gonna miss him. You know, you're not gonna see his shoes where he takes them off to come to the house, right? You're just not gonna miss that kind of stuff. So that to me, and then why? And then you're driving his car. You're driving her car, the Lexus, back to One Meadow.
Mm-hmm.
Kerry Roberts is allegedly behind them. Then why didn't she see the tail light then? Why did she say anything?
They had to hit the brake, right? You'd see it right in your face, especially in the snow. Everything's reflecting. Everything's brighter, right?
Shattered tail light, because it, you know, that's what happened, right? There was 30 some odd pieces down there, Tom.
If you're behind a vehicle that has a wiped out tail light and they hit the brake, you're gonna see it more distinctly than all the lights in the back of the car.
Right.
She didn't mention that in any way. How and why is that not brought up?
Right.
How do you not see the brightest thing around you that's directly in your face? Especially if she's following the vehicle, she's going to be seeing that tail light. Boy, I got a list of stuff.
I'm saying, like, it's like, okay, Kerry, Miss Roberts. So you drove behind them from Jen McCabe's house to One Meadows, and you didn't see anything broken at that time. Nothing jumped out at you. Well, it was snowy out, and I really couldn't see. Okay. So when did you see it? Because you didn't see it when you got out of the car. Yeah. Well, you didn't.
Perfect question, Mike. When did you see it?
Right.
It- She couldn't miss it if she was behind it.
Right, she pulled up right behind them when they
Right?
ran. Right, yeah,
Oh, that's right on the money, Mike.
yeah. When did you see it then?
What? Yeah. How did you notice it?
Yeah,
Karen told me. So wait a minute. Karen had to tell you it was broken.
Oh, you never saw it then? No, she told me that. Okay, so now it's one word against the other word, right? And now if she's never saw it, like you just said, if you pump the brakes on the Lexus and you're behind it in your Ford Explorer, you're gonna see white and red. You're gonna see a big distinction between the two lights.
Can't miss it, right?
Right. Again, and then why didn't she tell Sean Good that Karen said he died last night? He never came home. He's dead. And then she just hangs up. That's not like Karen. Karen's smart of that. She's not going to hang up. Or maybe Karen thought that John actually ended up on their couch because she was with Kurt.
But wait a minute. How does Carrie Roberts know anything? To call, she knew enough to call the police station and report him, right?
Right.
How does she know that?
Right. I wonder. Well, I mean, that's kind of like the right thing to do in your head. That makes sense to me. But I wonder if she actually called Milton, and I wonder if she actually called Good Sam. Are those calls
They
logged?
have it. Yes, they have it on. They have it on the recording, Mike.
I haven't heard it
of her. Yeah, of Carrie Roberts calling the police station.
I have that. I've seen that. I haven't heard anything else though.
That's it. So, go ahead.
The phone's a powerful thing, Tom. Let's see if she actually called Good Sam, because don't forget, right? So she doesn't see the taillight, doesn't say anything till after even after allegedly Karen said, I hit him, right?
Yep.
Carrie Roberts never says to the police at that point. She told me that she said John had died last night, right? I don't know, he might get hit by a plow or something like that. Didn't come home, and then she hangs up. Okay, she never told the police officer. She never told Sean Good when she called the police station. She never told Jen McCabe when she was around. They never talked about the taillight at the scene. Now, if the taillight was there, they were walking all over it, and would have heard crunching. They would have kicked a piece up.
Yes.
The stretcher would have rolled over a couple of pieces.
Yep.
Okay. Now they're saying when they found him, there was a mound of snow on him. There wasn't a mound of snow on him.
Time.
Celtics.
I'm glad you brought that out. You left yesterday, and I played this at the end, and I'm not sure if the people here actually saw it. I actually did a little thing with some sneakers. Now, John was a size 12 sneaker.
Yep, he was.
I got a size 12 and a half shoe.
Right.
And I put them outside before it snowed. And I recorded it, Mike.
Yeah, wow.
Ready to watch?
Yeah.
You want to see how hard, how easy it is to miss a size 12 and a half?
Is it black?
Black. Ready?
Yeah.
All right, y'all can see what I got going on here, right?
I put fast forward.
Yeah. But what you don't see? Size 13 shoe. Oh, you want another one? Size 13 sneaker. Let's see what 2 inches of snow on top of a size 13 looks like, right near the flagpole. So, right now it's snowing out, and I have 2 shoes that are size 12 and a half.
How do you miss that, Mike?
Well,
in the snow.
No, I know. You don't, Tom. Especially, it was by the sidewalk where they kind of cleared a path already, where the stretcher ran over and everything like that. It's just
they were even shoveling, dude.
I know. It's not just not mathing up, dude. There's so many holes in the story.
So I let them stay outside overnight. Right?
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
Tell me how? What in what world what cop would miss that?
The only thing I can punch a hole in, Tom, I'll say this, is that if it was by the sidewalk and the plow trucks kept on going by because it was an unguarded scene, snow would have pushed it over a little bit, maybe.
On both shoes.
Right. So I don't. Yeah, it's a tough miss, dude. You know that. You know why that's. It was a shoddy
Oh, yeah.
investigation. That's why. That's why Helena's gone. No contract.
Have a nice day.
See
So
ya.
again, the people out there, right, to see with their own eyes what snow on a shoe looks like. Not that they haven't seen it, but to look at it again, refresh your memory.
And the best part is when they they thought they was slick. We'll find the shoe after the fact. Oh, we got DNA on it.
On top of that, right?
We never thought it would get this far. Fuck. We get
Oops.
5 different types of DNA. Oh shit.
So yeah, needless to say, it snowed out. We all know that from Lally, but you're not telling me you're missing a shoe. Not in the weather.
Not a black shoe with white snow, and you're not gonna miss a red lens in white snow. And when people were pulling away at 12:30 or whatever time they said they left, 1:30, when they pulled that way with their high beams on or the regular beams on, they would have seen taillight reflecting off the ground. A piece, 2 pieces, 4 pieces, 5 pieces. You would have seen some type of reflection, not a black blob. Julie Bagel, please.
Oh, by the way,
enough. Yeah.
By the way, the sneakers that happened to be outside were brand new. Not like they were roughed up. Not that they were like camouflaged.
Yeah, John was like he had outdoor sneakers.
Yes.
Like he had, you know what I mean? Like he was one of those guys. Basketball sneakers.
I mow the lawn in those sneakers.
Yeah,
and they're separate off to the side. Yeah,
those were his good sneakers to go out in. I'm just saying.
I totally get it.
You get that, right? Like,
yeah,
guys. I used to do sneakers, just cut lawns with them when I was young. But now I get whatever. But that's the kind of guy he was. But what gets me is the 5 different types of DNA. Then you have the 3 types of different DNA on his clothes. It's like all we need to do is get a piece of DNA from one of the boys that we might think and send it off. Someone throws a pizza crust away.
Well, I was gonna say you don't think we've already you don't think people have already gone that route and gotten that stuff, and
I wouldn't be surprised if the federal government did it.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone else did it, because dude, you can send something off to get DNA for yourself.
You can be a private investigator and watch somebody throw a pizza box away or a cigarette or whatever they're doing, and spend the money, and then send this one out as well, swab this one as well, and you can find out.
So here's another one, Mike. You can prove that John O'Keefe was never on the front lawn of the house bleeding. I can prove that. It costs money. I can prove that John O'Keefe didn't bleed on the front yard of 34 Fairview. I can prove that scientifically without a shadow of a doubt, 100%. Factual. Yes or no? Bled here? Yes or no? I can do that. It costs money to get this. Yeah, to get this in your blood. The chemicals that are in your blood. There's no chemicals in the soil. So you do soil sampling of wherever the blood is, or wherever the blood was, or wherever you think the blood was, and you can sample it, and it'll tell you hit positive, and it's only in the first 6 inches of soil. You can tell whether or not there was blood at this location. So you grit it out, and wherever you get a hit, right, you go back and you can do another test near the spot and find out where it is. And you can say there was a puddle of blood here, there was blood there, or there was no blood anywhere. You can do that and scientifically prove it without a shadow of a doubt. There was blood here.
Shelby,
there's your friend, Mikey.
Whoa,
surprise!
Hey, girl, that's awesome. I'm glad you're back, man. I'm glad to see you, I should say. The other thing that the takeaway from yesterday, folks, was John got hit in his arm, spun around, grabbed his phone, looked at a text message, replied to that text message, and then fell down.
No, he stuck the landing. He stuck it.
Mary Lou Retton stuck the landing. Are you fucking serious, Hank?
dude.
Are you
Who
serious?
the hell would? There's never been an accident in history of
answers
of
the phone.
automobiles.
He answers the phone to Jen saying, "Hey, I'll be right in," and starts walking. I guess maybe falls down on the ground so hard that he smashes his head that way with his own weight. Okay, makes no
All right,
sense,
listen.
guy.
Ronnie the juror. Life happens, my friend, and I'm sorry that you don't leave the house, but I have things I got to do today, my friend. Very important things.
What's that?
He's really upset that I'm not at the courthouse. Ronnie, I'm sorry, my friend.
Oh,
I can't.
not today.
Not today. No, I'm sorry, dude. But you
Can't
can you know what, Ronnie? Ronnie, you can go you can go watch it. You can go watch it somewhere else, I'm sure. And that's okay. I'll get it. I'll get my footage on the ground. As
Don't
soon
worry
as
about
I
it.
get done what I'm doing, we're good, guys. It's all good.
Yeah, just hang. Hey,
So,
stay with
ha-
us. Hang in there. Stay with us. Hang
They
in there.
don't know nothing yet.
Just wait. Just wait.
So the Hank saying that John's texting as he's upside down.
So
Is that
now
what
his
he's
arm
saying?
is all mangled and cut,
Oh,
right, from the Lexus. But with
Oh,
his
and
other
he's
hand,
still using it.
well, maybe he texted with one hand. He put his
Ooh,
code in and
yep.
then texted Jen in perfect sentences. Well, I'll be right in. Hold on, Karen just hit me with the Lexus. Give me a minute. I'll be right in.
Yeah. Let me land before I can give you an answer,
What the fuck?
dude. And it's
Are you
beautiful.
serious?
Alan Jackson said at the opening there was zero evidence of a collision.
Mm-hmm.
Zero.
Yeah, I just can't get
Flip,
over
check your X. I sent it to you.
All right.
He's got the link. So I don't see how anyone can do that. And even that doesn't fit his timeline, Mike. How come he didn't respond after?
How come his phone was locked at 12:32 manually?
When Karen went to hit him, he called timeout so he could lock his phone.
No, he made a text. He texted for 20 seconds before that. Then he locked his phone and then he fell down. So he had the wherewithal to figure all that out with a brain injury.
Yeah.
Right. But and we know that he was incapacitated the moment that injury to the back of his head happened.
Done.
It was
like, yeah.
You knew that from last year. It's coming out that he was once that injury happened to the back of his head, there was no more life functioning in his brain. It was over.
The body was functioning, but his motor functions were not functioning.
That's right. There was nothing he was doing. He was
no
clue. He was done. So it's not lining up already. It's only day 2 and the second witness.
Imagine that.
He blew it. He blew it up with his opening statement. And then he kept on calling One Meadows 34 Fairview.
Oh, no hypothermia, Mike.
I know.
Blizzard of the century. Guy's been outside for how many hours? I ain't testing that one.
Yeah.
But no hypothermia, Mike.
Nope. Tom, that's why where are they going? Where are they going with this thing? It's like
no cell phone data. And they said he was moved.
They can
how well, of course they can. But how distinct of a difference, obviously, between one side and the other. Hank's saying that he had his motor functions and that he was actively texting while it happened. And the other side saying
no, he was beat to death.
Way not even close.
Not even close.
Another thing that they actually went out is above the eye was his right eye. They said, yeah,
contusions.
A contusion above his right eye.
Yeah,
where'd that come from? Was that from the roof rack? Because the dude's 6 foot freaking 3, man. He's tall.
Yeah. He's 6'2". Yeah.
6'2".
So not all. Yep, that was a contusion. Was there something wrong with his right eye? No. And then by the end of the cross-examination, yes, there was a black eye. Is that a contusion? Yes, it is a contusion.
So
not all. I was trying to say it wasn't a contusion. He was trying his best. I mean, he was. How do you think you're going to get around AJ? He's heard it all. He's done it all. He's met all the personality types, all the stereotypes, all the aggressive, non-aggressive, passive aggressive, how to walk you into a trap with your own words.
You know, Mike, it's funny because the trial that happened yesterday, or not the trial, the opening statements and the information that was said yesterday is what we've known from the first trial that they didn't bring up. This is going to be completely different than trial 1. So don't think trial 1 is a reference. This is a whole new trial. This is like, Mike, they're using stuff that we didn't think they'd even use.
RVA just made a good point in the chat. He's like, Mike, you ever seen anybody bounce their head up a basketball court? I'm like, yeah, I have actually.
Yep.
They never got knocked out, but that fall was like get your legs taken out from underneath you.
How about on the ice? How many
Right.
times I've smashed my head in the ice?
Right.
Too many.
So you telling me a basketball court, which is harder than grass, did okay?
Yeah.
So he fell with his own weight and did it. Stop it! Stop it! If he like,
Hey,
if
he was
you
texting at the
practice-
same time.
I can't.
Who
believe
plays? Listen, if you played basketball with a cell phone in your hand, think about that. And you're getting decked. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh,
Oh my god! Oh
even
my
his
God.
own information doesn't line up. So how is he going to get out of this, Mike? Like
I don't
he's
know.
already in a box. He's
He's
already
boxed in.
there.
And then he was calling 32 Fairview, One Meadows for like the longest time. You got it all screwed up on that, you know.
Thank you, Roseanne
know.
McDonald. Thank you very much.
He is, Jackson is going to eviscerate this guy. It all started with the pretrial bullshit. That's when Jackson got, okay, all right, I'm going to crush you, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it your way. And we're not going to do it the LA way. We're going to do it the Boston way. And you're going to eat those words. And the order of prosecutional witnesses, I'm trying to think to myself how use not all the tie down that I hit him. Now you're bringing up Kay Roberts to back that up, so to speak. And
Not one civilian said Karen hit John. Not one civilian. So what does that tell you? How much power does the civil service have over an employee? One that can make him lie? Why do you think he left that town? Was it busy enough for him?
Did you see what he made? No, time out. He made 47% more in 2023 than he did the year prior.
Really?
Yep.
Hard worker?
That's how,
Hard working, right? Extra shifts.
he actually left afterwards, so I don't know why he just got a huge pay raise. Huge pay raise, you know.
Usually why people leave.
So he made 50 grand, then he made just over $107,000 in 2023.
Sarah.
Then he leaves.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much. Everything is absolutely appreciated. I love you guys.
Yeah.
Really. Mike, we got the best people.
Yeah, we do. We're not, we do.
Yeah,
hey, do you have Court TV all lined up, ready to go?
No, actually, let me do that. Law and Crime.
I didn't think, did Flip check in yet or no? No.
I sent him a text. I'm sorry, I sent him a link. But you know what happens sometimes is StreamYard, when I go to send it, it doesn't send.
Yeah. Well,
Like it'll say try again.
All right.
Real quick, I want to show this to you guys real quick. Presents. Where are we? Here we go. Check this out. Little tutorial. It's our friend, right? Trooper Hardman.
Yeah.
That's Trooper Hardman there.
Yeah.
And you see how they got it blocked off? You can't walk down the street. And this van right here is going to become critically important. They're all over the place, these vans.
That's the paddy wagons.
There's Bow. So
3 hots in a cot. You know, what are you going to do? It's better than what he's doing. He's sleeping on cardboard, isn't he?
So He's still there,
I'm
dude.
sorry. I'm
He's
sorry.
still
man.
there. He's still there. He didn't get bailed out, Mike.
Kate Peters didn't come get him.
I don't think she did.
It's too bad.
Yeah.
It's too bad. Let's get hooked up with
Law and crime's already going. We got the fans are going.
Huh? Oh,
The
it's still
fans
all right.
going.
Tell you
That's a
what,
weird-
man. I just
It's a weird picture.
this Kerry Roberts today is gonna.
Oh, it's gonna be fire, dude. Who's up after Kerry? Do we think?
Mrs. O'Keefe.
Ooh,
My guess. If I was guessing it, he's like, "Yep, 3 hots in a cot and a shower.
let's
I'm gonna take a
go.
shower." Look at he's wearing a medium t-shirt. Look at I have someone's t-shirt that he found that's too small for him right there.
Looks like a girl shirt, dude. He's wearing a half
It is,
shirt.
dude. It is, dude.
Wow.
Look at that.
He's got long hair.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Not.
So we got the fan.
Oh,
I don't
no.
know, guys. You want to? We'll just put this in the corner. How about that? So you guys know what's
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going. Boom, fan. See,
I don't know. Yeah. I don't think it'll start on time. I wish she was starting on time for all the pretrial stuff. It was awesome. It's like, okay. But now it's like, Jesus Christ, 9:30. We went off the air and they had the motion hearing.
oh
about
yeah, at the
Taka.
end. You see how they threw that in?
Yeah. It was fire, dude. And then Bob Alisi was unbelievable. And then Auntie Bev just kind of like said, yeah, whatever. I did find a violation. So it seems to me like she's doing everything in her power to help the Commonwealth out. As
Yeah.
long as they can argue it right. But
You know what
I
it
mean, you
Cost to
you know-
fly them out here for that stupid freaking.
they're going to be
Well,
here
yeah.
Friday. They're going to be
Yeah.
here Friday. So Karen, if you got some dough,
She
send
could
some
use
dough.
it. She could definitely use it today, man.
I don't
They
know
just-
what she
the,
spent.
The judge just screwed her hard, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a money play, 100% money play right there.
Yep.
Have him, and she's like this. Have him here Friday. Now these guys could be on vacation in Maryland, like, you know,
Dude,
it's
just like that.
It's kid vacation week, right? Somewhere around the world, in the country, right? These guys could be anywhere, but you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna show up. They're gonna show up.
she gave Aiden an hour's notice. He lives an hour and 15 minutes away. How do you like it? And you know what, though? God love him. He was there with his attorney. Regardless of what it cost, they were there and they respected the court.
Yep.
Imagine that.
Yep. It was awesome, dude.
Glenn
Like,
Lake
every-
again with the memberships, Glenn. Love you, bud.
Jesus Christ, man.
Awesome, man. Sweet.
Oh yeah, like this witness list is so good. Like this is like, and this is day 2, and you got Kerry Roberts is going to finish up on direct today. Now,
Yep.
now, I wish they had Cross last year, but the weeping and the crying stuff got her off the stand because we have empathy on our side a little bit,
Right.
or maybe they didn't really know what they knew then. But
Oh,
man,
look at this, Mike. Bedroll, but did he file the motion?
for
Did
what-
Bedrow
yesterday?
file a motion for Karen before they allowed him or even had the Pro Hawk VJ? Like,
I have no
did he
idea.
start working for Remember Bedrow was going to try and come on Karen's team?
Yeah,
Okay. He had to be allowed on the team.
right.
But did he do work for Karen before he was allowed on the team? Like, did Bedrow write the motion,
That's
get
Client-
submitted, and then get asked to be
what motion are you talking about?
any motion
Why would he do
Anything.
that? That's why would we
in
know that?
regards to
Because
Karen's case? Like,
yeah,
if
but it's client privilege, dude. He's not gonna.
no,
I know what you're saying, but why would you write a motion and sign it when he's not even pro hoc BJ and they reject it?
but is that did he do work for Karen in regards to something like this? Did he do
Well,
work for her, make a motion, submit it on the premise he was gonna get admitted? And she
No.
did, oh no, okay.
No, I don't think
No.
so. The only thing he would get involved with Karen Reed would be through Turtle Boy.
Oh,
Right?
I see what she's saying. I see.
Right,
Kirk,
right.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah.
There you go. All right. All right. That makes sense.
Right. So yeah. So if whatever he does, because Aiden's in there and writing
Right.
motions, that would be the only reason why he could never submit. Because it's amazing to me that he's pro hawked in on Aiden's case, but he's no pro hawk. He's not pro hawked in on Karen's case. I figured once you're pro hawked in on one lawyer's word, they should give you free realm of what you want to do.
Right.
That's just fucked up.
So Martin made a great comment. Tim Nuttall's on his knees, concentrating, doing his artificial respiration with EMTs like he's trained to do. And he stops and starts interviewing Karen.
Right.
No.
And then he's
didn't like
eating
that.
eating his words about praying over him.
Did
Last
anybody
year.
did you hear Nuttall say anything about if anyone asked if he was on any medication or if he was allergic to anything?
No.
Was that because that's always something that you throw out there and you ask?
Right.
Is he allergic to anything? Is he on medications? Because you need to know that if you're treating the guy.
So Raph asked those questions.
Okay.
Was he on drugs? Just like regular drugs. Oh, Bev's there.
Shock. All right, let me open this up. Full screen it. Well, there's no sound here.
Hold on. It might be them or no. No, it's not.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure it's them.
I can put it on. You want to try it again?
Let me check.
They're talking.
Yeah.
The 25 has it on Tom.
Okay. Fox 25. There it is.
That's me. That's my phone.
Oh. Why isn't it doing that? Live in court. Unmute. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Come on, play. I don't get it, guys.
Fox 25. Let's go.
I'm on Fox 25, Mike, and it's not playing.
You're on Law and Crime right here.
No, I'm on a page. I'm on Fox. Get rid of that. I'll show you. So stop that. Boston 25 News. Here we go. Right? Karen Reed trial. Play.
Come on, Tom. Right there, the red thing, Tom. Hit the red thing. Breaking news.
That just brings me to a link. This is the
no
thing. Ad.
No. I'm watching it right now, bro.
We did use more updated
Boston 25 News.
The difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just
got it.
We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, it's simply an order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is data 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness. I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your,
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
what do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay,
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
okay,
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
okay,
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in? for a
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow's a better day for him.
state?
Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's, he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. So is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
We'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
first, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
There to bring them if they still have them.
Exact, that is also very helpful, but this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Take a clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what? Let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
I don't know, Tom. I think she's doing a better job or trying to do a better job
No,
than last year. I don't know.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Oh my God.
I
So
wish
that,
I- wish
is
I
that
could.
Victoria, is that Victoria George in the background there with by the guy with the beard by the door?
I do believe so. Yes,
right.
talking.
Cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so she's in a she's not in the bench then. She's sitting there. Okay.
There's only so much room. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
So who's there? With be a Paul? Is Aaron there? Is Aaron? I
oh,
don't see
that
Aaron.
one.
I don't see Aaron. I don't see Mr. O'Keefe. Oh, yeah.
It's not Carl.
No. That might be the victim advocate, witness advocate. I don't know. Was that Aaron behind him? I can't tell. The sunlight's there.
Hold on 1 second, dude.
All right. So are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to get off?
All right.
Yeah. So we don't know who's there, right? So everybody knows. Thank you for the emails. You guys send me emails.
Peggy might
Awesome.
be in the back room, you know.
Oh,
She
that's
can't
right.
watch- yeah, so
Yeah, you can't watch
Good.
testimony.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just trying to thank the people that send me emails. The supportive emails are just They leave me speechless. I love every single email that people send me. Thank you for the time they take to send an email to tell us that they love us and they start their mornings with us, and things wouldn't be the same without it.
That's I can see RVA in the chat keeping the shit together, keeping it tight.
Yeah,
He's
trying.
doing-
Yeah,
He's good, man. Thanks, RVA, brother.
he's been here. He knows the deal, right?
Yeah.
I
He
don't
told
know,
us to
Blue Eyes. Why didn't it show up?
What happened?
She said her super chat didn't show up, and I don't know
Did it
why.
go to did it go to CPU?
Are you in CPU? That's a great one. Or are you in Seeking Justice? There's 2 channels running.
Yeah. Well,
That's
we'll have to
great.
go back and check.
That's a great question, Mike. I never thought about that.
Right.
Huh.
Maybe you can go over on your phone and look and see.
I'm gonna do that right now.
All right.
Me.
Oh, Kirk 71. Oh, I see. So the small table guy
Yes.
he put right in front of Peggy. Kirk 71 says that Peggy moved on purpose so she could look at the jury. Makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yep.
Blue Eyes is making. Don't make me nervous. I'm in Seeking. Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't understand why it's not in here either. Like it usually shows up in both.
Maybe it's just got a delay going. Who knows? But maybe we got hacked. Sons of
Yeah.
bitches.
They stole our data, Mike.
What's that? Oh, someone just put a $5 up. I don't know. Is this-
Yay! Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Who's doing that?
Somebody. Shelby's back. It's obvious.
Oh, is she back in Australia? She's back one? No, she's not. All right.
Early birthday present. Blue Eyes. I do not understand either.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, it shows you're even a member here. That little circle next to your name. That
Yeah.
means you're a member.
Equestrian with the wrench. Woo. There it is.
Yeah.
Blue Eyes Val. Just took a little while to get over.
There it is.
Thank you so much.
Man, you guys are great.
That's going to go towards Starlink.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get raise some money for Starlink. We can order it today, guys. I have it maybe tomorrow.
Thanks,
Maybe
Sammy.
today. Depends on Amazon. Amazon's got it. It's not far away.
Right.
But yeah, it would be nice to have Starlink.
Well, especially if you're going to be out there. Kwame, what's up, buddy?
Kwame Lee, my bud. He's been
You get me?
around for a while, huh?
Yeah, he was here last year. Hey,
Yeah.
You been fishing yet, bro?
Of course he has. Of course he has. I'm betting yes. I'm betting he has.
He's married with children. I don't know.
All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
She looks better today, though, dude. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, maybe it's just lighting.
But no, she got through the Easter hangover.
I have to ask you those 3
It
questions.
was a banger. Easter, the marathon Monday. Are you kidding me?
And refrain from discussing this case with anyone. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Mike, we're almost at
Also able to follow the
7,000.
Instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation.
If anyone's here, get a second, just hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up. Be appreciated.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
Showtime. Get your
we come.
popcorn.
Mr. Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You can take the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct.
At some point, you left.
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a Ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a Ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that Ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
Thank you. And one final. No,
12C.
it's a 12C would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the Ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive. I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine. But his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no, I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes,
And could you tell us how it felt?
it was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes,
Did you brush it off from both sides?
yes,
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
yes,
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
yes,
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No,
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know. I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the two baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area,
Yes,
but none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items.
yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave
There's
it
a
to
video of
first
her
responder
folding the
when they-
blankets before the
I
ambulance left.
handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes,
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes,
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes,
And was the
I
heat
think
on?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you
right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun out?
Oh, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes,
That's-
John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to their home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the follow-up question never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel. And then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family. And then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
Oh boy. This is going to get interesting. Everything that
Dr. Rice again, dude, huh? His
Yep.
name again.
everything that she said is not what she said the first trial. She's more
Nope.
specific. She has more details here.
She's telling
She
a
knows
lot more
what's
stories.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
you notice that?
She's, oh yeah, big time, dude.
It's
Big
ice.
time.
What's his ice, Mike?
Time out. There's a video on the dash cam of her folding the blankets when it's of the blankets
Bloodied, right?
ground.
All bloodied and
that she's
covered with
folding them,
snow.
putting them
Yeah,
She's
shaking
putting
them
them in the
off.
back of her car as they wheeled John away. So she did not go back and pick those blankets up and then see the phone. That is a bold lie. She just got caught. She just got caught, dude. She had the blankets all folded up before they even left the first time. So that is a bold-faced lie.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good catch, Mike.
I'm going to show you a photograph.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I asked that the camera not film that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it. May I approach the room?
Yes.
They
you ready?
Yeah.
After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital,
I'm sorry, ma'am?
after the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefes back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes,
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court? And
I
don't answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes,
At the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4. Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please? Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Just caught her in a lie about the blankets, dude. Says she came back and got him. Just caught her in a lie. Complete lie, dude.
There's quite a few things when we go over this again. Quite a few things.
Is
It's
that you
not-
with the fur
no.
on the hood?
Yes.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection? Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please. What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please. Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22. Do you know where you walked?
No, I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay. Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue. Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again. At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman? Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
that was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please. And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448. Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Tommy,
What's up? What's up?
I gotta run out. I gotta run out for a second. Okay, I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Yep.
All
I
right.
get
See you in a
no
bit.
rush, no big. I'm here.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know. Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
You are muted.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm just looking around the Fairview, right? So I'm just trying to figure this out. It does it makes sense. So they're coming this way down the street, Karen and John, and the F-150's coming this way. They flash the lights and let them take a left and come down the street. They take a right after them. Right? I see that. They're coming down, right? Karen stops right here and lets John out so we can run up the driveway into the house. I get that part, right? She would have had to pull back here to let him out because the Jeep was parked in front of here and there were vehicles in the driveway. So John could have ran out in between the vehicles to get into the house, like zigzag between them. But I don't see how a lifted Ford F-150, I don't see how they can't see John, who's 6'2". So when Karen pulls up, she can't pull up here. So she pulls up further because the Jeep is there, right? Hagen's Jeep. And she pulls up here. And here there's even a gate. So Karen pulls up here and they come up behind her and they're here in this driveway and they're doing a discussion thing. And then they leave, right? And the people in the truck see Karen sitting here at 10 and 2. Yeah. I can see some of that, right? Like logistically how that could happen. And that's the deputy chief's house right here. Yeah. So Carrie Roberts is parked right here. Actually up a little bit. Yeah, she's probably parked right about here. Oh. Did everyone notice? Do you notice when Carrie was talking about Karen? Oh, yeah, it's still on recess. They're talking about Karen in the back seat, right? Freaking out. Do you know? Does anyone take a guess why? I think I do. I think I know why she was so adamant in the back. Sarah, you're right. The deputy chief does live across the street. The deputy chief of police of Canton lives across the street from 34 Fairview, and he's the one that gave them the solo cups. Yeah. He never come out of his house either. But no, back to Karen, like kicking the car. Remember, they said she was kicking to get out. I think they were stalling, absolutely stalling for time. And Karen was frustrated. And then when they saw John, or they drove by John, yeah, she's looking everywhere, right? Out the window, everywhere, out the back seat, windows. But if they're doing things to intentionally not go to 34 Fairview, we're gonna go check John's house again just to make sure. We're gonna go check over here again just to be sure. Oh, you drive. Oh, I'm going to drive because it's, I think that got her. She was more fixated on finding John. Where is he, right? So they were stalling for time. And another thing, there's no freaking way that dude had snow covering his body. Not happening. He was a big dude. You're not covering that guy in snow. And they said they had to dig him out, which means somebody covered him up. That's the only way he gets buried in snow, because it sure wasn't the snow falling. Nope. Dave, you're right. But I think that's why she was so worked up in the back seat, because she's frustrated because she wanted to go find him, and they're stalling. They're stalling for time. Oh, let's fire Chinese fire drill. There's no way. There's just no way. Even a wind drift, a snowdrift, still wouldn't cover the guy. And she quote, they had to dig him out. Dig him out. Really. Alan Jackson is going to destroy this poor lady. Dave, you know, Dave's seen it. I did those sneakers out there, right? And them sneakers, snowdrift and all, you still see it. Yeah. Like, this trial is really getting to me, because it's truth. This happened. This didn't happen. Exactly. Heather, keep going. Keep going, Heather. Heather, keep going. Snow won't stick to a partially warm ground. It melts. So if John if John was hit, there'd be no snow on him. His body would have melted all the snow. It's really sad. So I take little notes here. If you guys are taking notes too, right? Take them and put them in the chat so we can talk about them. Like all the little things that she said, right? The blanket things. Mhm. 1 second, please. Okay. What else? What else? They sure did, didn't they? They covered up the body. Baby blankets. I mean, that's possible, right? Possible. And you know what else? When, how do I put this? Why don't I put this the nice way? When a patient comes in, and if a patient has a necklace or an earring or a nose thing or a piercing or whatever they have, amongst working on the body, trying to save your life, they'll remove certain things. Certain things they'll leave on. Everything that gets removed gets put into the patient bag. I don't see them taking and giving any piece of personal property, especially when it's part of a hit and run investigation. What's this bracelet thing she's talking about? Yeah, Dave, where is it, by the way? Where is all that blood? Where is it? I can tell you where it isn't. Yeah. Yeah. Still, that's a lot of blood, right? See, the bracelet, I do not see how anything is that John came into that hospital with. I don't see any of that going to a family member. It's evidence. Come on, Bevy. What are you doing, ladies? Then they're gonna come back. Time for lunch. Kerry Roberts. That's what's gonna happen. And then Jackson's gonna get going. Oh, we need a break. That's what's gonna happen. Nice. So, yeah, John's body would have melted a good amount of that snow, and he would have been wet, and he would have been frozen because things at 32 degrees freeze. So if John was outside, his body would have melted the snow, making him wet, which then would have frozen. He would have been an icicle. There we go. Hold on. Let's bring it back. Want to mute.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could you fast forward just a little bit more, please? Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Stop, please.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? from Mr.
I
Nelson?
would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics, I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchnick? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchnick?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might have come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him, Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are
Did everybody have their popcorn? Because it's about to get exciting. Look at her now. Oh, see, here's the squirm. She knows. Were you showing anything? No. So you weren't showing anything on.
If she lets them, if she lets them,
She knows.
she knows.
Showing anything? No. You weren't showing anything on. You watch it.
She lets them, if she lets them.
Is that your noise?
She lets them, if she lets them.
Is that your noise? Turn that
Yeah.
down. Yeah, so like Eden's saying, it's the first time she had to admit that she had communications with Morrissey and stuff, and she just watched her testimony from the last trial a couple days ago. Last week, she said. So Friday, we'll say. Wow. She's nervous, man. This is gonna be good. Daniels carrier audit says she met with Hank Brennan twice prior to her appearance today. She says he went over her testimony from the last trial at most recent meeting last week. We watched my testimony from this trial on a TV screen. Yeah. Wow. This is crazy.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of
Oh,
focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No,
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the
heard,
background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes. Right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house
Mhm.
that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury. page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
my question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? Do you see it in the?
yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
It's getting spicy. Resting bitch face incoming.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Watch your skin tone change, Mike. You ready?
Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
May
What
I?
I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, about 2 years ago.
yes,
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
yes,
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing,
Mhm.
correct?
yes,
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
yes,
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C, as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Here we go.
Go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yeah.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
you
I did
haven't
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
she's so nervous up there right now. She is so nervous. The whole world is watching, girl. The whole world. You got this. You can do it.
Look at Karen. She's determined.
This is crazy, dude. Being up there and trying to lie like that and hold your shit together against this guy. Top
Against
10.
all of them. They're all looking at her on the stand.
All right.
No, you know,
Top
think
10.
about that. Not just one, it's all of them.
Yeah. That's
Let me have
crazy.
just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
This is fucking
Did you
crazy.
tell Trooper Prince and Trooper
She
Keefe
wants to know who wrote
that
the thing. Wow.
you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No. Well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sir. Oh, I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
What up, man? She is throwing daggers. Look at her. Need some glasses, honey? Huh? Oh, you don't like that?
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
was
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all
We
went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Another lie right there. Another lie.
You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car.
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be,
Mhm.
Would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure. Thank you.
Show the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper Chico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
that right?
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there was anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
John, may we approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the
No,
report,
no. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and Chico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what we told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, I'm sorry, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, I'm sorry, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that.
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh,
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh. Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this and you remember this. And okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
during the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house? I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So he got Trooper got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. Yet a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowley, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep,
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No,
So you and Ms. McCabe
Wow.
became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
correct,
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes,
Uh-oh.
Did you ever?
yes.
She's starting to get unraveled, dude. You start right now. She's starting to get unraveled.
Here it goes.
Yep. She's starting to get hungry.
I'm
She's
going to
get-
ask
she's
you.
get-
To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? You
Uh-oh.
recall that or no?
No,
Okay.
during the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall? whether
I
you
don't
did?
recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Boom.
Thank you. So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in no rush. May I?
Yes.
Take this back? Well, for information, Mr. Brennan,
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but penalty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct?
I
That's
don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I don't think so.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Sure. Just the portion at the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep, I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
another question for you.
Okay.
Is that fresh recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No.
Of course not.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you. We're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
Right now, he's pointing out the document that has a federal grand jury testimony on it.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
There you go. She just put herself there.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Ross?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client.
Mhm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked
Oh.
that.
Oh,
In the
The answer to my question,
Oh.
Ms. Roberts, and I'm
oh,
a trick question.
damn it. Listen.
Told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet, that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the
Done.
reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody
Sure.
told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Miss Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
Doesn't matter.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Cooked.
Whoa.
Cooked.
She admitted to lying to the grand jury, Mike.
She doesn't recall. I'm sure. Yeah, a shock and horror. I didn't recall.
Lied to a
She's
grand jury, dude.
unbelievable, man.
She just
Get the-
admitted to it.
Yeah, yep.
Wow. Wow. That's going to be played against the oh my, you're going to hear it off the earth. You'll see it on the moon.
Take a look at the
There's the defense. There's the defense grounding their testimony right there.
front page.
Your
This is
comment.
only gonna get. This is only
Don't
gonna
ask
get worse.
Anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind.
AJ asked her, did you do that? And she said, I did. Did you lie to the grand jury? I did. Her words, I did. She lied to the grand jury. Ooh, wee-hoo.
Oh, dude, she's turning red. Look at her cheeks.
Yeah, it's because I was going to point that out.
Yeah,
Her
yep.
cheeks are getting got fuller.
She's
Robert,
got
do you
the
recognize
pressure
that
going.
being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. You may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7.
Ooh,
That
7
report?
pages, Mike. 7 pages. Oopsie.
And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
Oh, boy.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, how you come back from that?
This is where he makes the big
When
bucks,
you
bud.
spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying
Oh.
to fool them in any way?
Of course
No.
not.
Were you trying to
Watch the form of your questions.
mislead them in any way?
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Page 83.
No doubt, huh?
It's a masterpiece, man. That was an absolute masterpiece.
And you see Lally, he ain't saying a word now.
Nope. Nope.
Wow, Mike, wow. Wow.
That was her get out of jail. I misunderstood Mr. Lally in front of a grand jury.
When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes.
by me? Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes. Of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss this trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house.
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You
I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no.
You and
They
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
Let's see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off and she had already gone in the house.
2 minutes.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Mike. Took them 2 minutes to take their boots off with no urgency whatsoever. Their friend's missing. They can't jump out of their shoes. Give me a break. 2 minutes, Mike? That's a long time to take your shoes off.
and then to put it back on, when you leave.
4 minutes. Come on.
Yeah.
No.
This is going to be interesting.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
This is crazy, dude.
2 minutes.
Wow. This is nuts, dude. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Of course. This is so not right. And why are you looking at a fan? Don't go out. Don't.
They're at sidebar. They're at sidebar.
I thought they were looking at a video.
Oh, they were. They got called to a sidebar.
Oh. So who
Mm.
thinks in chat, who thinks 2 minutes to take your shoes off is reasonable when your friend's missing and you're looking for him? Like,
And how did Jen know? How did Jen know to do that? To Carrie
This now.
stop her until, hey, go take your shoes off before you come in the house? They're looking for John, who hasn't come home at night. Makes no sense at all. Jen doesn't even know John, really. Never been to his house.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Sustained.
There's no further question.
even snowboarding boots, I don't take that long. You're right. They don't.
Just asked.
2
2
minutes.
minutes ago.
Here we go. Redirect. Recross.
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
It's like being a
Technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Yes.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or is that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long? Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry.
Ooh.
Ms. Roberts, you're upset.
Thank you.
Woo! Liking that one.
She got smoked.
Didn't work out good.
Smoked.
May I?
Why she's not getting
Yes.
charged beside me,
I'd
Mike?
like to play clip 3.
Intentionally. So you can lie as long as it's not technically intentionally.
What's going on now?
Oh, Gretchen Voss thing.
There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Just clipped enough, right?
All right.
Mike, help me. with
Jurors,
this.
we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you at 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a
So-
5 minutes.
Hank's little
Court,
like,
all right,
ending.
please.
He wants to play
Jury
a
disclosure
clip of
book?
like something about Karen's words, you know?
Yep. Good.
This is crazy.
No, I'm glad she took a break. Put the ice on him. Ice that guy down. Let the jurors just think about what happened. Think about the jurors when they say
Carrie Roberts just got unhinged.
she just lied. She said she
Oh.
lied, and she,
Yep.
according to the timeline that they put together, Mike, they
You
put
have to
together a
understand.
timeline.
It's the grand jury to indict her for murder too, and she's up there, the grand jury answering Mr. Lally, saying, "That's what I heard."
In the back of
Karen
the
asked
cruiser.
Jen.
In the back
Now
of the
she's
cruiser.
saying,
Yep.
now she's saying to Mr. Lally, I misunderstood his interpretation. That means if that was based on an arrest warrant,
Hey,
second
time
degree-
out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Wait till Jen McCabe gets on the stand.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh, this is getting to be freaking amazing, Mike.
Crazy, dude. Crazy.
This is real life, right? This is actually happening.
This happened, man.
This is
People-
real life. Like we're doing this.
People are getting away with lying to state grand juries. Like
Mike,
no biggie. Yeah. Do you understand? Like how bad that is in terms of like, so you help. If this all works out the way we think it's gonna, we know it's gonna work out. You help because you thought you were told this to say this, but when you were at the
to the
grand jury,
grand jury. She said
You
that no one
said-
influenced her. No one told her
Yes.
what to say, right?
yes, right.
It had to
heard
be
my-
true and factual, right?
There. I heard it myself. It's huge. Huge. It's huge, dude. Oh my
Dude,
god.
Tell me they were not stalling for time when they took 2 minutes. No wonder Karen's freaking out. She's the only one with any urgency in this entire looking for John situation. The only one, and they controlled her. They put her in the car and they got her.
Yeah.
Do you get it? It's too dangerous to drive 2 cars. The snow's bad. Oh my God. I
Right.
can't drive. Come on now.
Yeah.
You telling me the roads have ever been that bad? You can't get a 4-wheel drive vehicle from A to B, Mike?
Yeah. She said in one testimony that
Mike, I
she
do it in a
spun around-
rear-wheel drive car.
I know. She said last year or 3 years ago, whatever it was, that she did a 360 on the off ramp on the way.
Because she doesn't know how to drive.
Right. Right.
Oh
Oh my god, man. I've never seen anything like it.
telling you, bud. Help us. Oh my God. Do you think Jen McCabe's looking forward to getting on the stand? Think she's gonna sleep well tonight?
I hope Carrie Roberts calls her and says, "Good luck."
You're up next. Let's tag in.
Good luck. Good luck. Why does Hank get to play a video after the witness steps down and then plants us like, you know, what is that
That
all
seed's
about?
growing right now, my friend. Give it some water. Whatever Hank does is going to be so such a grasp and a reach
Well,
that
he's
they're
like-
going to
he's-
see it.
So the defendant, or I mean, the witness leaves the stand, right? She's dismissed, but then all of a sudden Hank wants to play a video of Karen's own words again. That's
Yes.
not, that's just fucked up.
Uh,
How do you do that?
but-
Right?
Again, it makes no sense to me, dude. Don't get it.
Wow. And don't forget, she's not family. And she's putting her neck out there for them, for these people. This is crazy. Her husband must be pissed. Of course, he doesn't wear the pants. Trust me on that one.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude.
Wow, dude.
He just tweeted, in a poetic fashion, Carrie Roberts' testimony ends with Beverly Cannoni calling her Jennifer McCabe, what she basically is.
Oh, I know that, Mike.
How was that? That was
Ooh.
perfect, huh?
Ouch.
Oh man.
Ouch.
Beverly Cannoni called Carrie Roberts Jennifer McCabe on the stand as she was getting
On the
off.
way out. Yeah. It's perfect. Perfect.
But AJ trapped her in that lie at the grand jury. She lied in front of a state grand jury. She was asked if you heard it directly. She said, "Yes, I did."
And
now
it's
she's saying,
not a
"I was
problem.
told." Yeah, I know. Unfortunately,
That's the issue. And listen,
no
I
recourse.
gotta play this. I gotta play this.
What? That's the problem, Tom. There's no repercussions. Like, it's just like, yep, say whatever we got. We'll take care of it. Don't worry. We're not going to press charges, but we need you to say it this way. And then she is caught in this lie where, oh, I heard it. It was told to me. That's why I said it that way.
Well, the timeline. That's what she's screaming. The timeline. It could have happened then.
And then she totally admits to sitting down with Jen and herself, and then Denise Galvin was there as well, which is
buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, check this out, guys. This is Microdots. If you have not subscribed, you're missing out on like the best stuff in the world. Here we go.
Brian Albert calls Jen, speaking for 1 minute 27 seconds. As soon as they hang up, Jen calls Kerry Roberts for 8 minutes and 32 seconds. 2 minutes after that call ends, Kerry goes straight into her interview with the state police. It's impossible to know what was said to Kerry before her interview, but the timing of the two preceding calls is notable. If coaching came from Brian through Jen to Kerry, this pattern of communication would be expected, although the timing alone is not definitive. At 5:27, Jen reaches Nicole and they speak for over 21 minutes. And at 5:45, the state police search finally begins, where they will find the 3 pieces of broken tail light and John's cap, all of which were missed during the first search earlier that day. Brian Albert.
Correct. They're also missing his baseball cap, Mike. Not just his shoes, his baseball cap.
Yep. Yep.
And we know, I mean, you've seen what baseball shoes, what sneakers look like in the snow. So a baseball cap doesn't stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah, dude. White snow, everything.
And there you go, Jojo. How can they put an innocent person in jail? Free Karen Reed. That's the simplest way we could put it. She is exactly what we're all talking about because she's factually innocent. How they're saying, Mike, wait till they get to Trooper Paul and what he's gonna say, right? What they're saying happened couldn't have happened. So,
and the people who are watching this for the first time and didn't watch
can you imagine?
I'm sure there's some in here that in the chat that are like, wow, that's a lie. What a lie. I mean, just think about, we've been sitting on it for 3 years and she didn't even get cross-examined last trial.
Imagine if just hypothetically a brand new person comes along and watches this trial and says, well, what, huh? How do you even begin with that? Where do you start?
I don't know, man. I'm so baffled that she even got arrested. Legit. Like, I'm so baffled that she wouldn't take the manslaughter.
They got her twice. They upcharged her.
Yeah. That's because of the state grand jury too.
The one that she lied to.
Yes. Yep.
This is an absolute travesty of justice. And this is why we're out there in the rain, sleet, cold. doing standouts around the freaking world for this.
We knew that Kerry Roberts was a linchpin.
You are unmuted.
Here we go, Mike.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
And where are those pieces, by the way? They took them to Fairview.
All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
Lunchtime. Time to get some food.
This is crazy, dude. Like, I can't believe they're allowed to actually play that with nobody on the stand. It's just an open court, you know, like in front of a jury.
Yep.
An interview that's parched, whatever. It could have been so much before that and so much after that. You know what I mean? And that sentence, what she just said, she could have said, "Do they think I did this when I picked, you know, did they think I did this and picked, you know, taillight out and left it there in
Right.
John's driveway?" That's fucking bullshit. And you don't think she was traumatized?
Well, I was
Yeah.
just gonna say that you want to see somebody in shock. There's a textbook example of someone who's in shock. You hear she's loud, she doesn't know what's going on. She's running around like a chicken with her head cranking around, right? Like she's she's trying to do everything at once and she can't process specifically what. So that's a thing of shock. She's definitely 100% in shock. So I don't see how you hold her accountable for that. I just don't. Do you?
Well, I mean, it's being said in front of a witnesses. I mean, in front of a jury. So I mean, it's gonna have some resonation. But I mean, I just hate the fact that they have like the last word.
Yeah.
after we're supposed to have the last cross, so to speak. You know what I mean? And where's
Yeah,
the,
no, I know
where's
you're saying. Yeah, you're right.
Where's the metadata on that video? I mean, on those words, was it? You know, I'm not saying it's AI, but it could be a lot of different things.
Right.
It seems like the defense knows what's going on. You understand what's going to happen.
You're absolutely right. It's natural reaction. Grab her and go. Right. Yeah, absolutely. I was talking yesterday. Saw a car accident. Little kid got launched out the back window. Mother comes and picks the kid up. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So
it's fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Listen,
Well,
you're gonna get some food. What are you gonna do for lunch?
I'm gonna go downstairs. I got the dogs. So I'm put the stop cam on and I'll head back down. I'll come back up. All right.
All right. Listen, we got 40 minutes, so I'm gonna put something on for these guys for 30 minutes, so I can run and grab some food. How's that sound? You guys want to see something? Want to go see Old School? Old School Live. How about that? Wrong channel. Hold on a second. That's the beauty, right? Let me get out of this. I get to I have content. So I can stream whatever I have already recorded for you guys. Contents. Something you guys haven't seen yet. Old school. Let's go real old. How old do you want to go? Let me see. You can't watch the Halloween party. Hold on. We may have something here. What is this? Oh, yeah, we don't. I'm sorry, but we don't want to hear that person's voice there. Sorry, people. I'm being a little selective. Trust me on that one. Let's see. Do. These are all chopped up pieces. Those. Thank you, Shelby. Remember when she did that? Here we go. What's this one? There you go. All right.
Yeah, here and there. Yeah.
Literally.
We did the 10 half marathon in Boston.
Did you? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your show yesterday.
Yeah.
With the baker. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, they're good people. They were great, huh? Times go. I just.
All right, everybody. So you know, me and Mike are gonna grab some lunch. Okay, we're coming right back. So just hang tight, get some lunch yourselves, and we will be right back. Just going to play this for you guys while we're gone, so that people that aren't here can maybe go back and see all the money and all the great things that people have done for Karen. So here we go.
You know, time just flies by when you're online. It's amazing how quick it goes. It's like, oh.
It's like I've known you guys for how long now?
I know.
The baker seems very concerned.
He's from Denmark.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He's now kept going. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Is that okay?
I'm so glad Santa showed up.
Who's Santa?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, David.
Where is he coming?
He's
From
coming.
Providence? Yeah, well, the traffic's horrible.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Oh.
Here.
Right. Sprinkle. This is some nice stuff.
You guys gonna get this one?
Wow. The talent.
How are ya?
I'm well. How are you? These things are amazing.
I sold all my Karen Reed tumblers. I sold
Gone, right?
Well, her cousin bought 3 of them.
Well, everyone buys them, no doubt. These are just beautiful. I mean, these are just so, the quality is amazing. I love it.
Do you have the stickers? The free Karen Reed? Well, they're little. They're not that big. But the whole thing's going to the fund. It looks like that right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just want tape on my back window in my car.
$5. The whole thing goes to the Karen Reed.
Look at this stuff here. These tumblers are freaking awesome. Wow. Wow. The talent, some of the talent these people have.
Yeah, you just.
Hey, Baker's here. Hey, what's up? Look at this stuff. Some really nice stuff here. Okay. I have a question. Can people buy these tumblers online? Or are you working on it?
I'm not online yet.
Okay, she's working on that. We'll get her there. All right, can I ask what your message is? Like what your
Christina with a K, Lee, Lee.
Christina Lee.
Yes, and you can message me. Yes.
And I want to go over these tumblers real quick for everyone to look at so they have an idea. These are beautiful. The quality, I can't tell you. They're like it's almost painted on. It's like, it's really nice.
Thank you very much. So much. And I have the Karen Reed. The Karen Reed ones have this saying on it.
Okay, so the free Karen Reed on it, or?
Yeah, and it has all this saying on it. The free Karen Reed one.
Okay. All around the tumbler.
All around the tumbler.
Nice. And you can make those, right? Make a lot of them?
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are going good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, make them. Are you going Sunday?
I'm trying.
You'll be busy from now till Sunday making Karen Reed tumblers because they will sell out.
Well, I have to order the tumbler, so it's gonna take at least a week.
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe you can find them at a different place at this point.
Amazon.
Oh man, it is cold. That's true.
Look at this stuff. Hi, how are you? Very well, guys. What's up? Staying warm? Good, good. Where's your jacket, dude? Got a jacket. Oh man, making me cold. Hey, did you see those tumblers over there? Go look at those tumblers. They're gonna blow your mind.
Yeah, I do one of the shows that is all up in.
Wow. Good. How'd you get the finish on this?
A lot of sanding.
Yeah.
For the end grain especially.
This is crazy soft, bud. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of sanding, and then the finish is like coconut oil and beeswax.
Okay.
That helps.
So you rub that all in. How long does it take this last? 100 years?
I hope so. If it's treated right, there's no reason it shouldn't really.
That's a 100-year block right there. You can trade and pass it off to your generations. You know, that's something that, man, that's solid, guy. That's heavy. That's legit.
That's what I shoot for.
Wow.
I want it to last.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
I'm surprised it's that heavy. It's solid.
It's the maple in it. The
Is
maple's
that what it
really,
is?
Really dense, yeah.
Nice stuff.
The walnut's only like half as heavy. Like this one's mostly maple. You can lift that up. It's a little heavy.
Yeah.
This
This is what a cutting board is. This is what you expect, you know?
This one's thicker and it's mostly walnut, and it's about the same weight or lighter. You know, it's just how dense the woods are.
Well, that's pretty too.
Yeah, that's all. So.
Awesome job, bud. All made, all built in for the cheese. This is with you. Boom. Hello. How are you? Good. How are you? Good. You're making all this jewelry. My ears aren't pierced. I'm sorry. It's a lot of jewelry here. The cotton boards are heavy. I was shocked at how heavy they were. How are you?
Are you Tom CPU?
Yes.
I'm Liz Bonanno. It's
How
my
are you?
pleasure to meet you,
Oh, my
sir.
pleasure.
God bless you. Are you warm enough, honey?
I'm good, thank you.
Are
I'm
you
very well.
sure?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you? You good? You look nice and warm with a little scarf
well,
on. I
I
like
am.
that. I like
But
that.
you're just so
I can't
sweet.
get away with
Honey,
that.
You keep doing what you're doing.
Of course. Why wouldn't
you know,
I?
We're behind you 100
Yeah.
million%.
You know, Karen, can you imagine being in her shoes?
No.
I couldn't either.
And you know what?
It's horrible. I
To be
couldn't.
honest with you, I have an older sister
Yeah.
who I just almost, I can't even tell you. I hung up the phone and called her a C.
No.
And I wanted to
You
rip
don't
her face.
need.
No, I had to because she doesn't get it.
That's
I said
okay.
it could be
But
her.
wait, listen. Listen. The people that don't get it, they help us as much as the people that do
How?
get it because they talk about it as much as we do.
All right. I'll give you that.
They do. Have you heard about this stupid case over here? Listen, this girl, killed her boyfriend, and now that they're saying that she didn't do it. You hear about that? So, I mean,
yeah, at least it comes from something.
And guess what?
Versus nothing.
If you're both talking about it, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter what side you're on. You're
Good
both
point.
talking about it.
Good point.
Right?
I
That
like
helps
that
everybody.
outlook. I
That
like
helps
that
everybody.
outlook. That's
We
a
have
good
to.
outlook, sir.
We don't have any other outlook. We have to win this. Like,
Oh, yeah,
this is not up for discussion. We have to
Absolutely.
freaking
Did
win.
you listen to Mr. Bradle last night?
I did. Is he not amazing? God love that guy. Talk about being
God
at the right.
sent or what?
Oh, thank
Right?
you, thank you.
Somebody like with something, knows his stuff. But it is scary what could be, like how,
Listen,
I don't
thank
need
God
to
for
get
him.
into I
Of all
know.
people,
Tom,
you did fucking awesome
yesterday.
What
What was
Baker?
yesterday? I missed yesterday.
He's-
Oh, I missed
listen,
it with
so,
the
it's so
baker.
easy to talk to them guys.
just run and
Yeah, it's so easy. It flows.
it flows.
Jamie's awesome.
Are
I
you
mean,
all right from getting knocked?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
That was
It's a,
nasty.
it's a cheap hockey thing. I played hockey
Yeah,
my
but
whole
still,
life, and
love,
it's
love.
what you do. It's not a
No.
it's not a big deal.
No.
Take my glasses off. Don't take my glasses off.
You're too handsome.
Love you, man.
I'll talk to you.
I'm with
Oh,
Gail.
look at them tumblers, right?
Oh, are they over
Amazing.
there?
Is that where the ornaments are?
No,
This is
um,
Tom CPU.
I think she made the jewelry. I haven't seen the ornaments. I've only been going this way.
Yeah.
And them cutting boards are awesome. I don't know if you've seen them.
I just had a stuff like that face first.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Your face is not fat.
No, you got to eat. You got the fuel.
I'm gonna be doing
And you
that
don't feel
soon.
cold, do you?
No, you don't
Because
feel
you,
it at all.
right, because you've already eaten and your body's working. There you go. Get the heat going.
Earlier,
All right. What do we got here?
Hey Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you,
Good.
dear?
I just bought turtles.
I know. I like
bandanas.
these.
So
Look at turtle.
Jackie, the tape came in, both of them
Already?
already today. We have enough for over 100 people.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
so we
I
can make
sent
them.
you-
We
I
can
sent
make
you-
them.
Yeah, I sent you the text. I
Okay.
got the size 221 on one, 220, so it's 441 feet of tape.
That's beautiful. We can.
John
We can.
O'Keefe Justice Zone, and we ain't got no quit. And I got the scissors in the box all packed.
Yeah.
Now I
Awesome.
want to buy Jackie a thank you thing because she's been doing all this.
So
It's like
which one for
$70-something a
Jackie,
roll.
love?
So which color?
Jackie
Which
who?
one?
That's the one my anonymous benefit.
Oh, yeah.
Been paying for all our
I
signs.
like this
I
color
do too.
myself. I
I do
like
too.
that.
That's
That's
what I'm
it. So
getting.
done.
Me too. That's what she's
Look
gonna.
it.
That
I
is
wanna-
such a different
It is.
color.
I
I'm
love
getting
it.
it.
I
Okay,
love it.
that's
Yeah.
what I'm getting it
All
for
right,
for
love.
thank you.
No, I like that. Is there another color?
Okay.
No, that's a true.
It's all
I'm gonna
cool.
get him.
It's all cool.
All right.
I'll give you 20 for him.
All right. Things are going.
You stay warm, Tom.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, how we doing?
Thank you.
Do you want a hot chocolate or need anything?
No.
You're good? All right.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys? Staying warm?
Yeah.
Oh.
Here's our noggins.
I won't see nothing. I don't say nothing. No.
We'll share.
That's nice.
Come on in.
Oh,
Hi, Tom.
hi. How are you today?
We're friends on Facebook.
That's okay. We're friends now. How you doing?
I'm good. I think you got my daughter before.
I think so. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we've bumped into each other.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you?
Good. Anything come on that?
Oh.
Free Karen Reed.
Free Karen Reed.
Free Turtle Bowl.
That's all you can. Free Kit 9, right? That's all we can do, right?
That's it.
I was just talking to someone. I'm like, we can't lose. We have to win. This is not a losing situation.
Absolutely.
We cannot lose. Like, this is legit. People
You're
like,
right. You're right.
oh, yeah.
Right. I'm Janice, by the
I'm
way.
Tom. Nice to meet you, James.
In person.
Yes, in person. Yeah. And who's this big guy?
That's my grandson, Jack.
What's up, Jack? How you doing? How you doing in school? Good.
Yeah, he went to a
That's
standout.
important.
He went to a standout with us.
Yeah.
Signs.
Just be careful. Don't twist your ankles here.
Thank you.
All right. What were you saying?
It's my last day of elementary school.
Last day?
No, last year.
Oh, last year. Then you go up in next school now. Okay. Well, listen. Let me tell you the thing. With schools, okay? Whenever you're the new one, it's nervous. Then you get used to it. Then you get used to it. And now you're in the top. Then you're the big guy. And then new people come in. So it's a big circle. So when you're going to be the top dog, there's going to be new people coming in, right?
Yeah.
Grab one of them kids coming in and say, hey, I got you. So he's not afraid.
Switch him out.
You know what I'm saying?
Right fast.
Because it's scary for everybody. New schools, new people, all new stuff. But you get used to it. And then you get to the next grade, and it gets easier. And the next grade's even easier, because then you get bumped up again. It's life is. You're getting it. So just keep doing good. That's all you can do, right?
Get it?
Yeah, I'm just not writing.
All right. These things are freaking cute. All right, let's walk in real quick. Whoa. And
123.
by the tree, Christmas Eve. Hey, Santa.
You want to do a picture together?
Yeah.
All right. Wait, is that your stuff over there?
No.
No. All
No,
right.
I'm just here.
All right.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah, just turn that around. I'm live.
You're live.
Oh, you're live.
Too,
Oh,
I'm
geez.
always live. Yes, sir.
You know what I want?
What would you like for
6'9" Plymouth Roadrunner.
All right.
It doesn't have to have a Hemi. You know,
I'm fortunate for that.
383 works.
So, just like I should do your best, Santa will do his best.
Yeah.
You've done your best this year.
I can't ask
You've
for
done,
more
you've
than
done
that.
better than the Patriots this year.
I'm gonna leave on that
Now,
one.
listen, you know what Santa's favorite baseball team is?
No.
The Red Sox, just like mine.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Santa.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, guys, y'all heard what I want for Christmas. Oh, we got elves here. How you doing? Oh, look at you guys all getting. Look at this. Oh my goodness, that's pretty cool. I have never seen that before in my life. You got elf ears in balloons. That's pretty awesome. Wow, you got all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So you give me a candy cane? Oh, that's even better. Like Zelda, right? Like a Zelda sword? Nice.
Here.
Oh, you guys have fun. All right. And now everybody's in here. All right.
Order number 126 is all set. 126.
Like hey. Hey. What's up? You look like a felon. Huh? You look looking like a felon.
Yeah, I'm trying to. You know, I am with charge and everything. You know. Hey, I might be living right next to you soon.
I hope so. Please come. Please.
We found a condo in Hanson.
Ballsy.
And we're applying for the mortgage as we speak.
Oh, that's awesome. So
And,
good.
If we get approved, we'll know January 18th we go to court.
Yeah.
January 19th is the closing date on the house.
I listen. After you need you, I pray for you guys for that one. You guys need a break like that. That's a good one.
I know.
Good.
I just want everything dropped.
Listen, when it comes time to do the leaves and stuff like that, just remember I live so far away. All right.
It's a condo.
I know.
I'm not going to have to rake leaves.
No plowing, no
snow,
nothing.
Nothing. anymore, Yeah.
No.
I can't believe it.
And all the condos I know of in Hanson, they're all just relatively new.
This
They're all
is-
decent.
They just
They're
finished.
still
They
working
just
on it.
finished this one. They're still working on it.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, we haven't
it's at
even
Dunham
seen it
Farms.
yet.
Yeah.
It's a 55 plus community.
Yeah, I know it.
That's
I know
what
it
we're-
very well. Yeah.
That's what we're going into.
Yep. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Pray.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. This morning, I come out of my house at like 5:30 this morning to go to work.
Yeah.
And there was a woman walking her dog, and she's standing in my front yard looking up at the sky and pointing. And I turned around, there were 2 shooting stars right over my house.
Oh.
So that's got to be. That's either God.
1, 2. I see it right here. Definitely. I mean,
That's either God.
we got
saying
you.
to me,
I got you guys. Hang in there.
I'm giving you a once in a lifetime before the truck hits
That-
you tomorrow. Oh, it's His blessing on us.
Well, hopefully the truck's going fast.
Oh, that's all I hope.
Hey, look at the ears on the balloon ears.
Yeah.
But look
Oh,
at your
yeah.
little elf. It's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
They're doing them inside.
Yeah.
They got a little girl in there
Yeah,
dressed as an elf.
Yeah, she's her hands are going like super fast.
Yeah.
Trying to put stuff together.
Oh, this guy dressed as George Washington.
Yeah.
This is Erica Madden's husband.
Yeah.
Her and him own the place here.
Yeah. But it's a tea party.
Yeah.
It's the Tea Party. We're coming up on it, right?
Yeah.
Boston Tea Party.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Plus our First Amendment rights.
That's
and
going
our
to be
civil rights.
Yeah.
That's through him.
And just so everyone that's listening on live knows, Sunday we're having a Freedom March in Canton. One starts at 1 o'clock. I suggest you get there by 12:30 at the latest. You should probably get there a lot earlier, but it's going to be a good showing. From what I'm hearing, a lot of people showing
I
up.
was told to lay low.
Yep. And I got plenty of signs. You know, we're allowed to walk from A to B. We got permission from the chief. She promised no one's going to be arrested or subpoenaed or anything like that. She knows it's our First Amendment right. So
She understood that for real. I got to go catch the wife.
yeah, I'll talk to you about it. Yep. Hey, I've been praying for you, bud.
Thank you.
You got it. All right. I'm going to do a 360 for everybody. And people are coming in and out. And I am going to. I wonder if I can do something here.
Tommy just stepped out. I'm back. Just waiting for someone else to log on. Oh, man. All right, so cool. Sandy, are you there? Can we kill this and put on our guest? I don't know what's going on with this. All right.
Yo,
You there? You there?
can you hear me?
Yeah, just me and you.
What's up, dude?
Nothing, man. I just wanted to get your feedback a little bit. I know we've been talking about Kerry Roberts, how big this was going to be, but in my opinion, Alan Jackson did a masterful job. What I'm having a hard time with, I don't want to focus on the negative, is that they're able to play that video or play something about Karen at the end when there's not even a witness on the stand.
Yeah, I mean I think I've been talking to you privately about it for a while now. I just think that these interviews are they really don't look good. You know, I mean, kind of when you try to put out that I mean, I'm not going to try and sugarcoat nothing. When you try and show a video saying something never happened, and then you have Karen giving an interview saying something did happen, it kind of helps you lose your credibility to the jury, I feel like. So
big time flip. Big time.
It's something that they're going to have to note going forward, that, you know, you can't have a video showing and then try and make a point saying you didn't show Carrie the taillight at this time because it's not on video, and then you have Karen saying that she showed Carrie the video, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's just like, is that even allowed to, how do you, so can you recross after that? I mean, because is there like metadata that we have, or is there something?
Look, the trials that I've seen, right? I've never seen this. It's like showing a commercial in between witnesses. It's crazy.
Right.
Usually, I feel like you'd have to call Gretchen Voss to the stand and say, "Hey, was this like authenticated?"
Right.
But there's none of that.
Yeah.
But no, this is like free ads. It's like, here you go. Here's a Gretchen Voss interview. So watch this clip.
Oh, this is twice that he's done it. He did it yesterday too.
Yeah. Well, the one yesterday, I think, was kind of taken out of context. The one yesterday was, like you said, he's not showing the whole context of what.
That's what I was saying too. Like, what was the sentence before that, and what was the sentence after that? Like, is that like she could be saying, "Is this what I think I did? I went and I put the, I picked my taillight out, and they just took the part from when I put my taillight out to whatever the end was." You know what I mean? Like out of context that way. I see that point. But backing up to the testimony of Miss Carrie Roberts, that did not go well, in my opinion, at all for the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I think there was some stuff that there's a lot of I have some notes on it. I want to go back and I want to rewatch and compare, but she changed her testimony a lot from the first trial. She was more definitive about a lot of things. She seemed way more coached, in my opinion. Because if you here's what you got to do when you're watching the trial. One thing I look at is notice when Brennan objects. Okay, whenever Brennan objects to something and Bev overrules his objection, the witnesses are automatically trained to say, "I don't recall" or "I don't remember."
Okay.
Because they're just by Brennan objecting, even if he knows that it's going to be allowed, that's the cue to the witnesses saying that he doesn't want this question answered. So that's one thing that I've been noticing that's happened in this one, and it happened with Nuttall. But yeah, the thing with Carrie Roberts, lying to the grand jury, testifying that she heard something that she didn't actually hear. She took Jen McCabe for her word as being true.
Mm-hmm.
That's huge. I mean, that's just one example that they can definitively prove. Now, what else has Jen McCabe told her that Carrie Roberts has taken as fact and has testified about?
Right. Because
could it be the whole story? Could it,
Right. Because they become closer friends after this incident with Officer John O'Keefe. They become even closer now. I mean, and as you talk a lot with the friends, you cheat your story, what you thought you saw. I mean, you take on another word here, another maybe a couple other words. 2 months later, in your mind it's changing. And yesterday with Nuttall saying that his memory improves as time goes on, I thought was really telling about how twisted that kid is. And Carrie kind of showed her true colors. She got her fur up in the back of her collar a little bit and took kind of Jen McCabe's, attitude. Wasn't more wasn't more relaxed and docile. She was more on the attack against AJ than she was more or less than AJ attacking her, I thought. So in some cases, I mean, AJ did an awesome job. There's no doubt about it. But how do you get around it? I don't recall. And then he actually got her to say, well, the grand jury, you said this, you said you heard it from, you heard Karen say, ask Jen to Google these words. But now you're saying that someone told you that it happened, that you never actually heard that. I thought was a good pin down. Yeah.
Did you see at the very end, Karen got really mad at Alan Jackson. Did you see that? When Alan Jackson you could see it in her eyes. She was like pissed off at Alan Jackson. And that's like one thing that I think he has where he really knows how to get under these people's skin. Cause I don't know if they don't, he asks the questions that he leads them up to one point and then he takes them down another road when they don't expect to come in. I think the biggest thing today that, I mean, I don't know if it went on, I didn't see it too much on Twitter, but the one thing, this whole thing, right? It's about the whole Carrie Roberts, the whole point of her is the idea that Jen McCabe has been by her side, coaching her the entire way to get them to tell a story that Jen McCabe wants her to tell, right? That's been the story with Carrie Roberts and what they've been trying to figure out the whole time. And then Alan Jackson says, when's the last time you talked to Jen McCabe? This morning. I don't even think he could have thought that was coming. This morning.
He was like, what? Like, they're not even supposed to be talking to each other, right? Am I correct in saying that the jurors aren't supposed to be talking to each other right now?
The witnesses, I didn't think they.
Yeah, but sorry, the witnesses. I'm sorry.
I don't think there's any rules against them talking, but they're not allowed to watch the testimony. I know that, but it just fits all the right before Carrie Roberts was interviewed by the state police on January 29th. She was on the phone with Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe were on the phone for 8 minutes leading up to the interview.
Right.
I guess going over their story. And then today, when she's about to testify again, who's she on the phone with right before? Jen McCabe. It's just like if these people are telling the truth and they have nothing to worry about, it just the actions that they take are just mind numbing to me. It's like you can't even make it up. Oh, I talked to her this morning.
And just to wish me good luck. To wish me good luck.
You think they wouldn't even put themselves in the position to even be questioned on it? Where like, okay, I'm just not going to talk to her. But no, they can't help themselves.
Lydia's saying sequestered witnesses can't talk about their testimony. So what was said. Obviously, it wasn't via text. Who knows, man? But this is I just can't. And then to have the judge call Jen McCabe as she's getting off the stand.
Oh, that was great.
And Carrie just laughed like, no, that's huge. That's a huge soundbite. That's huge. Like, because you are Jen McCabe's bitch. You are.
Yeah,
you were.
I mean, two witnesses, two pretty big. Two witnesses are pretty much 2 for 2 for the defense on proving that these people's past statements don't align with, what and changing testimony. So I mean, it's going to be like this the entire trial. You got to think how many times these people have been interviewed, how many grand jury testimonies that
Right.
They have so much on all these people. The hardest thing I think for the defense is going to be is like I think they do need to. I know it's tough to do it with all these different transcripts and the witnesses asking, "Can I say it?" But just narrowing the questions to make it more direct and make it flow smooth. It just feels like it's dragged on. It's kind of hard to follow.
I mean, this is going to be, in my opinion, there's going to be no consequences at all for Carrie lying to a grand jury because she's saying that she misunderstood Adam Lally's question. Well, by doing that, in my opinion, you led up to the second arrest of Karen at her house in June.
Right.
Because
the murder.
You know what I mean? It's kind of a fucking big deal. It's not something to be pushed aside.
Right. Well, it's not only that. The entire Commonwealth's case from that got Karen arrested in the first place is changing. Like they're changing pretty much all of it. But that's just what they needed to get in the door to get the original warrant for arrest or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a long trial. I think it's longer than what they're predicting. I think it's going to keep going for quite a bit at this rate, at least, with the objections, the sidebars, everything.
Man, but it's not as bad as last year so far in terms of what, if anything, there was times when Lally wasn't even sitting down. He was standing, waiting for the next question to object to. It was that bad. You know what I mean? And then I feel it's going a little quicker, but there's going to be a lot more witnesses to your point. I think it's just going to be dragged out that way, not with the bullshit, though, in my opinion.
Right.
Another
thing real quick I wanted to talk about was, so this, like the latest thing that just happened, we just learned with Carrie Roberts and the grand jury, right? All of us at home watching, we realize how big of a deal that is because we saw trial 1, right? We know the whole background where Jen McCabe claims that she was sitting in the back of a police cruiser with Karen Reed, and Karen asked her to Google how long to die in cold. Right. We all know that as fact.
Right.
These jurors don't know that. So they don't know the whole backstory, how long to die in cold. So this information that they just learned about with Carrie Roberts, they have no context with it, okay? They're just getting, did this happen?
Yep.
And they might not get it until Jen McCabe testifies it could be 2 weeks. And then by that time, they're going to have seen 15 other witnesses. They're going to probably not even remember Carrie Roberts testifying about this. So that's the hard part with navigating how different it is having the jury. Like the jury is one thing, but what we see at home is another thing. But being able to connect, to thread the needle.
It makes total sense now. Lally did it last year with just, I'm going to bore you to death with the snow. Everybody's going to get called from the fire department and talk about this.
Spread it out.
And now Brennan's more or less doing bebop. Like he's going to put one in here, wait 2 weeks, pop another one in to tie down another testimony if he can. Like you're right. Like if he calls Jen McCabe in 2 weeks, the jurors, if they're not reminded correctly, will probably not remember in full detail unless they're taking notes. Hopefully they're taking notes, and I don't know. Like you said, the jurors are the jurors and anything can happen, but I just don't like the idea of him playing a video at the end of a testimony without the witness standing on the stand, without Gretchen Voss on the stand playing that.
I don't even know if it got like. I don't even know how that got like resolved at trial, like a pre-trial. I don't remember that really ever.
Why
even
would they let
being
that? Yeah, why would they let that happen? Like, I mean, we gotta find out. We gotta talk to Bunk. Bunk must know. Maybe he could tweet about it or something.
Like I said, I've seen some trials. I've never seen anything. It's like I said, it's like here's a commercial for in between witnesses. That's basically what they're doing. It's like here's an info. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go to lunch. Well, you just heard Karen's words out of context, no metadata, no cross on the end of that, and then let's go to lunch. It almost like takes away from the whole thing that just happened a little bit, in my opinion, like how Jackson just nailed it down, and then you play this Karen Reed clip of something out of context during an interview with Gretchen Voss was not even there, and it's allowed to play that. It's just mind numbing to me.
Yeah, it's pretty effective, and I honestly think that the reason. Look, I don't think she should. I'm just thinking as a normal human being, right? Say I'm a juror and I'm watching this, and I see Karen Reed do this interview. She's doing that interview. She's doing this interview, and I know they're not supposed to hold it against her, but there has to come a point where you're like, okay, she won't testify, but she'll do all these interviews. Like, that's going to be something that the defense is going to have to weigh in their heads what they think is the right move here, having her testify or not. Like I said, me personally, I would never testify. I would never have her testify. But you also have to take into account, like, will this juror hold it against her, even though they're not supposed to, because they see all these interviews that she gives. She's fine talking there.
Right.
That's one thing that I think Brennan's trying to hammer home with, showing, hey, look, she's okay to talk to everybody. He's like starting to plant that seed. I think that's another.
Why can't she talk to you guys? Why can't she talk to you guys?
Yeah, he can't say it, but I think he's trying to.
I see what you're saying, buddy. I see how you're saying it. These are Karen's words, and she's sitting right there, but yet she won't take the stand and tell you that.
Yeah, but he can't physically say those words, but just by keep playing clips of her talking.
Oh my gosh!
And I bet you that's kind of part of the mind game that he's starting to play too, because that's the way I look at things. I try to look at things as a normal person that would watch it, that doesn't know anything. That's one thing that I said the other day to somebody. I wish I was unbiased and I could just watch this without knowing everything.
Right. Yeah,
that's kind of what I did last trial when I formed my opinion.
Right.
But now knowing everything, it's like hard to watch this stuff and watch these people lie and watch them change their testimony, and they're so Carrie Roberts this time around was completely different than what she testified to the last time. Like, she was way more confident. She was way more going into detail about specific things. And it's like, could Alan Jackson sit up there for 3 hours with her and hammer about every little change she made? Yeah, sure. But at some point, it's like you have to only focus on what's vital,
Right.
Because you got to keep the juror interested in it. So it's tough to, because like I said, sometimes I think we have too much. We know too much.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. But it's so blatant to watch. You're just like, that can't be happening, right? That can't be allowed. That can't be like, why aren't they saying, hey, you committed perjury in front of a state grand jury, and this is the reasons why? And then she just goes on and says, well, I didn't understand the question then, I guess, back then.
That's all right then, yeah. Say whatever you want.
Did you understand what that really means? You actually said something in front of a grand jury, a state grand jury, that helped put handcuffs on a female and possibly, have her sitting here right here in front of you today, and you're lying right there, and you just say, oh, my bad, I didn't understand the question. It's kind of a fucking big deal, man.
Yeah, I think the overarching point that the defense tried to make or tried to show with that is here's a definitive example of Carrie Roberts testifying to something as fact that she got from Jen McCabe.
Yeah.
Like, she said it as fact that she heard, or that's what happened at that time.
Right.
But she didn't know it as fact. She knew it as fact based on what Jen McCabe told her. Right. Basically, she's saying the timeline me and Jen McCabe is 100% accurate, which is we know it's not, because it's basically what Jen McCabe wants her to believe is true.
The other part was the taillight video that's missing. Interesting enough that we have, the ring footage at 5:07 when she's leaving that morning, the taillight is intact.
Yes.
Now, according to Kerry Roberts, right after that, it must have got smashed between Jen McCabe's house and coming back to One Meadow because it was intact when she left to go to Jen's house.
Well, if you just listen to Kerry Roberts, the way she testifies about that taillight,
right?
Like she's specific in both testimonies, even trial 1 and trial 2.
Yeah.
She has only really claimed, and neither the defense nor the Commonwealth have really pressed her on it. But they both times she specifically said a piece was missing, with a piece of metal sticking out. I never heard her said the entire taillight was missing, because a piece, that is not a piece that's missing.
Right.
She kept on saying a piece in the middle towards the top.
All right.
She's not saying the entire taillight. She won't go there.
And then her first time around is that Karen showed us on the way into the house.
Yeah.
The taillight was broken. That became untrue. She changes her testimony again in front of the grand juries to, well, it was actually shown to us when we left again that morning.
Right. And that video is missing.
And that video is gone.
Yeah, but the problem is the video clip that she just played at the end basically proves that the video is missing. You know what I'm saying? By Karen's own words.
Right. Right. But how is the taillight intact when she's going to Jen McCabe's house? She couldn't have hit John.
No, she cracked it when she backed into John O'Keefe's car. Yeah.
Right.
That's
she was saying there was a piece hanging off with metal, and she was afraid that someone's going to catch her coat on it. I mean, I understand cracked. I do understand that. And there was pieces that she dropped on the ground at John's house. No one ever said anything about that. I know Mike Camarado was down there snow blowing it that morning, waiting for family members to show up and all that other stuff. And
yeah, none was found.
Nothing.
No. And you know what's fitting? When they reconstructed that taillight, there was a section missing. The same exact section that was missing, that was never reconstructed or found at 34 Fairview, was the same exact piece Kerry Roberts testified to was the piece that she saw that morning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
The exact point, the exact spot of the taillight where she saw was cracked and a missing piece is the exact spot that was never reassembled.
And you can see in the pictures of the taillight now, you can actually see a scrape mark from the tool that was used to pop it off, almost, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like that little piece of white scuff mark on the inside of the black piece of the taillight. It's just, to me, you got Karen leaving at 5:07 in the morning to go to Karen to go to Jen McCabe's house. Mm-hmm. Allegedly, this taillight's broken, right? Broken in the driveway, right there on the spot, shattered on the ground. Comes home with the girls. They all get out of the cars. They go in. They take their boots off. 2 minutes. They don't see John. They got to put their boots back on. And then now everything is missing. They run back outside. This is when they allegedly would show the taillight. But you would go out of that garage and you would just take a right to Kerry Roberts' truck. You think Karen goes, oh, look at my taillight. This is where I did it, and just picking pieces out of it and dropping them on the ground there. That's a big, big thing to be missed. And that never happened because they pull out of the driveway. Well, Karen pulled out of the driveway.
Karen just said it happened. That's the thing. Right. Karen said it happened.
Right. But you would think they would have, why wouldn't they have that on film?
It's just a fit. It's just a,
That's why I say it's taken out of context. That's why I think it's taken out of context. Too,
okay, I understand what you're. Okay, I got.
You know what I mean? Like she's like, oh, what do they think? I stopped and I picked pieces out and all that stuff and dropped them on the ground at John's house. Is that what they think? They don't play the whole thing, like, you know what I mean? So that's confusing to me. But it's really not. If I was the first time listener or a witness, or a juror for this, totally taken out of context. It could mean something, right? And then to have it played at the end like a commercial, to have that last memory of what you just heard is kind of a big deal because it's the last thing you heard. It's her words. She's, it's an interview, and she's saying, I was showing, or I was picking glass up because I cracked it. Well, the truth is she did crack it on John's truck. It still went forward, but it wasn't shattered the way Kerry Roberts says it was shattered. There was pieces of stuff hanging off, and I thought somebody would catch their jacket on it and things like that. If that's the case, if you were leaving to go to Kerry Roberts' car, why would you be concerned about someone catching it on their jacket if you're not even going near the truck again?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
You know, you feel me? Like on that, like
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I know the good.
Yeah, I mean, another big part of I thought Kerry Roberts' testimony that kind of got, I don't know if it got swept under the rug, but I think Olivia pointed it out on Twitter. She described John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm as scratches. Did you hear that?
Okay.
Did you happen to catch
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, the Commonwealth has done everything they could,
Yeah,
they possibly can, to avoid calling them scratches. Okay, and you had the first witness, Nuttall, called them. What was it Pharaohs? Remember who said that the first trial, which is scratches, essentially.
Right.
Now, Kerry Roberts, another person that saw the injuries, is calling them scratches.
Right.
Remember, that's supposed to be deep cuts from taillight.
Right.
No, they wouldn't scratch you like that. They'd be embedded in your arm, and there was no blood or DNA on any of those broken pieces that were recovered.
That's right.
You can't. It's not gonna cut you and not leave any blood or DNA on the taillight.
If you look at the way that the marks are on his arm, just the pattern, the direction of them, there's no way his arm would have been able to be hit by that vehicle just with the scratch marks. He'd go the opposite direction if he got hit that way.
Yeah, the whole is.
And Flip, you mean to tell me he got hit by Karen hit him or clipped him. He spun around, and in 20 seconds, he answered a text, sent the text, answered a text, and then walked away and fell down. And that's how it happened.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out yesterday.
Are you kidding me?
I know people were talking about that, but I don't know if I didn't take Brennan's story yesterday as that being what he was alleging. That's not how I took it. The 20 seconds he's talking about is the last Apple Health data from 12/31/56 to 12/32/16. That's the 20 seconds he's talking about. That's the last time John O'Keefe's phone records movement before the next morning.
But I know that he allegedly answered a text.
What he was saying was he got out of the car, looked at his phone, opened his phone, read a text from Jen McCabe. At this time, Karen's pulling up, stops, puts the car in neutral, which is another thing. Neutral. How often do you put your and then reverse and then hit him?
Yeah,
and then he falls back and hits his head and never moves again.
Right.
So I don't know.
I thought it was picked his arm and then he spun around, had his phone in his hand, and did the Matrix with one hand. Called Jen back and says, "Yeah, I'm right outside. I'll be right in." That's kind of how I tell. Like, well, what the fuck, man? But I see what you're saying. Yeah, yours makes more sense than I went, and I'm like, okay.
It's kind of hard to take opening statements as fact because you're not. I mean, you can't really take it as fact. It's just a story that is.
Yeah, hopefully that's the way that the direction of his case is going to go. I get what you're saying. I understand.
Yeah, then there's the other stuff with Kerry Roberts texting Steven Nelson about the O'Keefe's ring camera and can I remove it? All that shit is so weird to me. Why is Kerry Roberts and Steven Nelson saying what they can and cannot do with evidence in a murder trial? Right? Why is she giving the okay because what he says for what they can do with the evidence? All of it just seems so crazy to me.
Yeah, for why the video's missing or something like that at that time.
Yeah, they wanted to replace the ring camera. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Why is Kerry Roberts asking if it's okay if the O'Keefe's remove their ring camera?
Right.
Why is Steven Nelson the one saying yes or no?
Right. That's fucked up.
It's just the whole thing. Tommy, what are we having for lunch?
Chinese, my friend.
Oh, what's the Chinese order, Tommy?
Teriyaki, chicken wings, chicken fingers, ribs, and rice.
Poo-poo platter.
You know it.
Chicken.
But I'm losing my appetite the more I'm thinking about this. Because no, the grand jury testimony was based on Kerry Roberts' lie.
Yeah.
And she got that from that timeline they put together. Well, that must have happened in this time frame. I can see how she would put that there, but to rely on that's not at the grand jury. That's no. And you can't go retroactive, say, oh, I misunderstood the question. You can't do that.
Yeah, but like I said, I was saying, I think before you came back on, it was she basically is testifying that she took Jen McCabe at her word as fact, and that's kind of the whole point that the defense has been trying to prove all along, that Kerry Roberts, or that Jen McCabe coached Kerry Roberts to testify and to give the story that she wanted her to present.
Sure seems that way.
And that doesn't like line up with she's telling them everything. Like when you think about that,
Yeah.
it kind of puts it all in perspective too.
Yep. But we know that the new jury doesn't know that.
Exactly.
Right. Right.
And that's going to come though. And like I said, what if it's in 2 weeks and they have to go back and they forget all about the Kerry Roberts story? That's the problem. I think that's the biggest problem that's going to be for the jury, I think, in this case. But
you can hang out because the cat's back on. You want to hang out? You got to go.
I can hang out for a little bit.
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, Flip. Thank you.
Yeah. Peggy next.
Yep.
Peggy or Garino, I'm not sure.
But I was listening on the way here, on the way back. Everything you were saying, Flip, is right on the money. Like it's just so obvious. We all know she's lying, but does the jury? Do they do they have the same information that we have? We're overloaded with biased information, don't forget.
Exactly. They're not going to get that full scope of that grand jury testimony and why it matters until Jen McCabe testifies.
Right.
And who knows when that's going to be.
Exactly. So will they remember that moment right then and there that she said she lied to the grand jury to put Karen in the, I mean, that again.
I mean, she basically, and Alan Jackson did get them to get Kerry Roberts to admit that they sat down and wrote out a timeline in front of, I think, Denise Galvin, it might have been.
Thank you, jurors. Thank you. All right, your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Just remember, she's lost 2 of her children. That is a big thing, above everything.
You solemnly swear the evidence here before the jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years.
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children, And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is
over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
What was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
we decided, my son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you, adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got
No.
back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?" Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, "I'll never see him again." Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a little.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set. Right, so court officer.
Genius move by Jackson.
Yeah, I was just going to jump on and say that. But, I thought the way he was bucking his coat up, he was going to ask her 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for doing that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Label 4 and 5.
Have more video. Now it's time for the commercial break, Mikey.
Are you kidding me? Another video.
2 of them.
Yeah, both on.
I really want to know what Peggy was trying to hint at
Both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
about going upstairs.
Karen says that Peggy's, made her feel uncomfortable. Like, what are you doing here? Those are Karen's words. Here we go.
There's no objection
It's
to these?
crazy.
I don't know what they are. For a second.
The judge that wants to know everything doesn't know what this is.
The thing, real quick, with Peggy said, if it was up to me, I would have never let her go on upstairs. What are you?
Why?
Right.
What are you talking about?
What's
what
up
do you
there?
think happened up there that is so bad?
Good point, Flip. Good point, man. I was thinking that, like, why would you even care?
Did you take John's guns? What?
No,
He was a
it wasn't the ring video. It wasn't the ring video because Garino told us last trial that there was no ring cameras weren't accessible on any of the laptops in the house.
Yes.
It wasn't.
And Kaylee even mentioned the fact that she didn't know the passwords or anything. Only Kaylee
John
did.
wanted to make him each an account. They both denied. No, I don't want it. Remember?
Yep.
Wow.
I guess his old lady's not there again today, huh?
Who was that?
She was there yesterday, wasn't she? Yeah. That's one of the Sullivan girls. I've never seen this after every witness on direct so far. He's played a video of something about of Karen's words or whatever it's going to be.
Oh, you know what this video is going to be? I guarantee you, this video is
what Peg said to her.
No, I guarantee you, this is the one where Karen mocks Peg. Remember the one? It looks like she got hit by a car. Yeah, I guarantee.
No! You can't do that.
I'm gonna do it. I guarantee it. She looks like she got hit by a car. Karen does that. It's fucked up, but.
And she's saying, I don't remember anything of that day. I don't remember them even going upstairs, but I heard them. I never saw them leave. It's like, come on. This is big stuff. It means a lot.
I'm so glad that Alan Jackson did that.
Yeah.
He could have made some holes, we'll say.
This is so dirty by Hank Brennan if he plays this clip.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is going to be good.
Here's the point.
It's not going to be
probably
good.
right on this, but
It's not going to be the good. It's not going to be good. I'm telling you.
That if he plays that clip, dude, that's bad.
Bad. And I guarantee, and if he does, this is the only reason that Peg O'Keefe was called to testify, so we could play this right after she got out there.
Wow, that's bad.
And he says, just well up, cry as much as you can because the defense won't cross you. Oh,
I don't think they're fighting about it. I mean, I think what's her name should. Bev might keep it out.
Yeah, because the defense hasn't even seen it yet, dude. They know about what was done in the obviously the interviews, but what exactly are you going to play? This is you want to show an ambush by trial. Here we go. Here's an ambush by trial. What? Right. What the witnesses off the stand. Here you go. Your Honor, I want to play this video before we go to lunch.
Win at all costs, dude. Win at all costs. That's what this is. That's what it is. Hey, that's our friend there. Was that Krowski?
Yeah, what's he doing next to Mr. Reed? That's weird.
It's space, but they only give them half of a pew, so they put tape on it, and there's no one on the other side. So he sits on the other side of the tape. There's a piece of like duct tape.
I hope they call the Reeds now.
No.
I really do. What can you ask Mr. What do you think, Flip?
No? I think Mr. Reed would be dynamite on the stand.
Yeah, that'd be a nightmare, I think, for him.
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first section courtroom this time.
This is you know what they should do?
Please.
Instead of doing this. Sorry. How about she just takes 10 minutes and says, "Hey, Hank, how about you show me every clip you're going to play so we get it all out there
for the day?
Yep.
What do you got for the whole day? I'll let you do the ambush by trial, but it'll only be per day at one time because this is ambush by trial. You cannot let the lasting thoughts of Peg O'Keefe should be her words and her actions on the stand, not some video he's about to play that reminds them of a interview she did a year ago or 2 years ago, where it might be. That's
and again, clipping. I'm sure he'll clip just a segment of it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I guarantee this is going to be the video. I'm going to be sick about it.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. Because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
of course. See?
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
Clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dayton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dayton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son, and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into two cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one. please.
Yes.
This is it.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay.
Okay.
So tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, conscious of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of conscience of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not an evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement, has
Look at
denied
Paul
having
O'Keefe
said it.
in the background,
That
guys.
never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this
And Peggy
video
smirking.
is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of
Staring at
voice
Karen.
she
Look at her stare.
That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I
introduce
said
it.
you're,
But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that.
I think Bev
Can
knows
they
how
come
dirty that
right
is
in, or
by
is it-
by Brennan to
is
try
it
and
gonna
do
be
that.
5 minutes? Can they come right in?
I've never seen an ambush by trial, which he complained about all during pre-trial. He didn't want this to happen, and look what he's doing.
Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one.
Yes, and give it
Remember
to me,
Lally,
so I
the
can look
shell
at it.
game? That's all they were doing, playing the shell game. That's exactly what they were doing. They give you the heads up.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Bev wears her emotions on her sleeves. You can tell she didn't like that. I don't think she's
Wow.
gonna let that. I don't think she'll let that in.
Good point.
And
Maybe.
it loses all effectiveness. I think it loses a lot of effectiveness tomorrow morning as opposed to just as soon as Peggy O'Keefe gets off the stand.
Right. Like he's been doing all trial so far.
I mean, Jackson hit the nail on the head. That's dirty. Peggy O'Keefe isn't testifying if that video clip doesn't. If that video
Once
exactly.
he played,
So
you're
the
right.
only reason he played that video clip was to get that video.
Boom.
The only reason he called Peggy was to get that clip.
Boom.
The only reason why.
You're absolutely right, dude. Absolutely
What did
right.
she offered nothing. Testimony wise, what did she offer? Karen came home, went upstairs, came down. My son's
That's
dead.
it. I shouldn't have let her do that.
I don't remember. Yeah. Why did she say it like that though? I should never let her go upstairs. What was that all about?
I have no idea.
What was she alluding to?
I have no idea. I can't believe we get Guarino today. You know how excited I am for some Guarino? That Bobo mofo.
Did you just say Bobo mofo?
Yeah. He's been out on disability because he got in a car accident. Somebody hit him doing a detail or something.
That was a while back, yeah, but I don't. He might be still on. Who knows? It's just weird how they're bopping around with these people on direct. It's like Nuttall, Kerry, Guarino. It's just like they're all in between everything. It's like there's no system to it. Like firefighters.
Oh no, there's a system. He's got a system.
Oh, I know. Tom, I'm used to last year.
Yeah.
How it went in order.
Hey,
yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I don't know, it was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, I went upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Guarino.
Yep. He has been out. Right.
I guess my question is this: is that why didn't Jackson get a shot right now to say anything after that video?
Because he
Again,
didn't object. He didn't object to it. He said it was fine.
All right. Okay. Do you
That
think
was
that
the
was
video.
smart?
Yeah, I don't think anything. I don't think that was bad at all.
Okay.
It was just Karen describing what she thought Peg O'Keefe's reaction was. She assumed that she saw the tail light.
but everybody's seeing how he's operating. I mean, he's getting paid the big dollars to win at all cost. He doesn't care about Karen Reed. He cares about winning.
Right. I'm guessing this is one of the Leslie's witnesses, but we'll see.
Oh, Mike.
He looks like an eagle propped at the top of a tree.
He's ready to
looking down
go.
Looking down at the lake to snatch a fish out of the pond right now.
Which one do I want?
Oh, I would love for this guy to take out Carino.
Oh,
Yeah, I
who's
think
gonna
Leslie
be?
has all of the experts. I'm pretty sure Leslie has all of like the digital experts, like the crash guys, and the. But we'll see.
Crash Daddies get in, do you think?
Yes.
Oh, he's limping.
We'll talk
Limping.
about that after.
Limping. He really got messed up, huh?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Hey, she can take it.
Hi, stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
He must have got beat up, man.
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time, your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long, like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only 2 fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
Right.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through GrayKey, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that GrayKey gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the Gray Key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Leslie?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but,
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that you can see it later?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
Sounds like at least he's gonna cross them.
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
So it's a Mac
Top button.
Mac address that backs the house.
That's the fingerprint, Mike. That
Can you
digital
walk us through
key.
what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says GrayKey progress report, and then it gives the report generation, date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up, the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what GrayKey assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we had the passcode. This was the GrayKey agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone.
128.
And then
Why don't they just
different
restore
accounts
that?
attributed.
Hey, you should say that the 128.
They can restore that
22.
file,
Can you
Mike.
show
You're
us
right.
where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down.
Something smells there, buddy.
So that
Mike, you're right.
the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the
125 gig
partition
phone.
size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data.
Okay.
Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, they're unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that GrayKey creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by GrayKey, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, GrayKey wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on GrayKey, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. It tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
Okay.
Flip, you think Bob's going to take this one? Tommy?
I think so.
Yeah.
I do. I do.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
You think he's going to take this one?
Yeah.
I see it. I see you chatting in the chat.
Yeah, it's not serious for dinner.
Stop it. Stop it.
Just going off of what they were saying this morning, I don't know what all Garina's testifying to now. I thought he was just introducing the phones and the text messages. I don't know if he's giving a whole spiel on. I don't know if he's going to be the one reading them or what.
It sounds like he's giving testimony right now how Grace Stone, or excuse me, in
That's how they do the download of his device.
Right.
Yeah.
But does it sound uncanny that I had to wait almost 6 months or 5 months to get that information
From Karen's phone?
Yeah.
No, because
no,
they
John's
have
phone. John's phone.
No, John's phone was the 31st. I thought it said.
All right. Okay.
Karen's was longer because they didn't have her passcode. They run a. I don't know if it's like a simulation or whatever it is to like they go through all the combinations on their phone until it finally gets the right one to
Okay.
unlock it so they can get
Gotcha.
the data.
All right.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
So I didn't know when the person objects is that's the person that's going to be crossing. Sorry, Olivia. I'm just a layman.
I'm going to show you two documents that actually, look, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one. Yep.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20, somewhere.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download.
Why two?
You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes,
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Gray Key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction Gray Key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
So Kerry didn't give it to a first
Yes.
responder.
He works for, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say we do the same, essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit,
Yes, he is.
in the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it
No.
was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output: HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hey, did I miss who downloaded Jen's phone? Did he say he didn't do it?
He didn't do it. The other dude, I forgot
Connor?
his name already. Yeah, Connor. And he said he didn't have anything to do with the other
Did
phone.
you go through the program
Okay.
and create a number of documents that isolated specific and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor,
Okay.
subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
Should I?
You could just leave them right.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's gonna recall him later.
Yeah, they can pull him back up.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
Is this the guy at the crime lab? Whitley. Anybody? Anybody in chat? Come on, chat. You guys are great. Whitley.
Kenton firefighter.
That who that is?
Yeah.
Mike.
Daniel,
Mike?
Daniel Whitley.
Yes, sir.
Kenton firefighter.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Man,
truth.
can these guys go like two minutes without water? What's with that, man?
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, Whitley. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, so my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we were discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, B-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being, the conditions outside. We were trying to give her hope that, there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital, we'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't
Do
you
you
ask it a little different?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this guy testified at the last trial saying that the grief that Karen was showing at the time wasn't enough to Section 12 her. I don't remember hearing that this time around, but.
Wow.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
I'll check it out.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yep.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your
Well, it would be engine 3.
engine 3 from
Or at
your
least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine.
I see.
So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I want to see it, please.
They're doing it again. It's the Cantonism. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
I think this is just too much for this pointless witness, honestly.
Right.
Get to the point, Eddie. I know it's tough, but
He's confusing the shit out of him. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's too much, like
it is too much.
It's like guys, you're trying to fucking outsmart these guys. I guess the way I see it is that when you're not telling the complete truth or leaving things out of your memory that you want to intentionally leave out, and you're going through your timeline in your head of what you want to say, and you have to skip something or you don't want to say something, it's going to fuck you up.
Yeah, I just don't know if this guy matters to waste time on. It's like,
Right. Well, they trying to just allude to the Section 12, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to build the background, but I mean,
right.
I guess they're trying to hammer into the jury's head that the homeowner never came out of the house, which makes sense. But
yeah, I mean,
you could just ask him that.
Do you think the Section 12 is just something that is trivial at this point, or is it going to come into play eventually? I don't see what it really means. She just saw her loved one found in the snow, and and she told her dad something, or her dad actually called it in, is what I remember. But she wasn't walking around saying, "I'm going to hurt myself."
It seemed like they had that set up like ready to go.
Right. Just separate her
You know?
from everybody
Get her
else. What I'm
get
getting
her
at.
out of here. Right. You're right.
But I don't want to make a conspiracy into nothing that wasn't there, and just because I'm overthinking it, you know.
She was definitely in shock, Mike. Okay, and unless she's you usually pass her off to a loved one, you know, take her home, get her in bed, do something. But she was definitely in shock. To
Yeah, I
the
mean,
point where she needs medical, I don't know.
Good flip.
Yeah, Carrie Roberts, she was using the whole shock thing as like an excuse, but when Karen does something in the same situation, then it's fact and not an excuse. Like, you know.
Good point. Good point, man. And Karen never said anything to anybody that I'm gonna hurt myself. So why the fuck was this? Only because her dad called it in. That's what we're gonna probably get to eventually.
Well, think about any type of phone call. Dad, John, try explain that over the phone. You can't, right? She probably couldn't. In shock. So her father's like, "What's going on?"
Like, I want to make sure my daughter's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I mean,
yeah, okay.
that's who. If you knew her father, absolutely great call to make. He's just that guy.
Agree.
And the problem, Mike, the problem with this, guys, right, is she didn't get in a car accident. They didn't prove she did this at 6:30 and 6 o'clock in the morning. Right?
Yeah.
She just showed up. She as a passenger. So they can't prove she was involved in this car accident, Mike.
I see what you're saying.
At that point, she just came along and saw her boyfriend on the ground. They had no reason to section her in any way.
I'm just trying to put myself in the jury's shoe. I'd be like, I cannot wait to get out of here.
Well, they look real happy, huh? Bunch of happy faces there, Mike. Flippo, what do you think? Happy?
I don't think they've been happy for a long time.
Yeah.
Before and after.
Yeah.
This is not. They weren't happy before. No, they weren't happy before this, and they
The
weren't happy
agony
after.
of defeat, right there, man. Wow.
Right.
I do love listening to United though. He takes no shit.
Yeah. So you were.
That's not my question.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12. You don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay. And you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony?
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told
Wow, this
police
is crazy.
you'd seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there've been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Saraf and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, which, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral / psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety / emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see.
He's making him look like an idiot, man.
You see his cheeks, Mike?
Oh yeah, completely red. That Garino didn't go red, but
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times
Carrie.
she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. Once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's sputtering hard, Tommy. Sputtering.
He's gonna sleep good tonight.
Oh,
Another-
take What?
Good.
No,
Just
good.
another witness that, Proctor, another conflict
Right. Right.
with the high school with him, right?
Yep. Proctor was 2 years ahead of him.
How's that work? How's it always work like that, Mike?
They live in the same town, and
These
he's 2 years
townies.
ahead of him. Yeah, you're right, Flip. You're right, man. It's crazy. He should have never been involved in this case. Well, actually, he wouldn't have known if Proctor was the lead investigator until later. It should have announced it at the grand jury, maybe. Because he was there before Proctor, right? But he was there before. He would know what state police detective was assigned to it at that time, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's the first we're learning that Karen was on the phone with Mr. O'Keefe on the way to the hospital.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't know that. I thought she was talking to her
And
father.
remember, Kerry said, I had to go pick them up because I knew they didn't have 4-wheel drive.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then Mrs. O'Keefe got on there and says, I don't know why she came over there because we both have 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was crazy.
How great was the you don't say that your memory gets better with time, do you? That would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nuts.
Yeah. He's gonna call he's gonna call Nuttall later on today and say, sorry, dude, I had to take you out.
That was a good one. That was good.
Dude, that is the best. He always gets him with that.
Oh my
with that.
god. Yep.
That would be crazy, right? Yes,
Of
it
course.
would.
The way he says it too, it's just like perfect.
Remember last year he was saying, of course. Remember? Of course you would. And then
Of course, Your Honor.
Judge Bent would go, can you stop saying, of course,
Mr. Yannetti, no more
And he
of
goes,
courses.
of course. That was funny. But he's doing this. He's walking this guy to a point. I just don't know where the jump off point is with this guy. The guy's red already, man. He's 3 shades of red. He went from just like, I got this. I'm cocky. I'm going to drink my water. I know what questions are coming. So the Facebook group came up. You live around. So you guys don't talk. You literally live 100 yards away. You don't talk. I wonder if Kurt Roberts has ever had a beer at this guy's garage any time since they've lived there. I'm going to bet you, I'm 99% sure they have had a cocktail or two together.
Mike, you see that guy in the stand, right? And you think about the sports player who puts his hand down in the water and splashes it on his face to cool down,
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day.
Oh, long day.
We wish you today, have you come back.
It's gonna be, they're done.
Done.
To start right at 9.
Are they gonna make this guy come back tomorrow for what? A couple
Yep.
questions?
Yep.
Oh, he's not gonna sleep good tonight.
But Tom, guess what he's making? Double time.
Bank. Yep.
Please disregard it and let us know.
We'll see if there's any motions afterwards.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please.
Yeah, they snuck him in yesterday after this, didn't they?
Yeah. And only Fox 25 had it on too. Lauren Crime stopped.
I had it.
You got it on?
I kept it going
Oh, I
at the
thought-
end.
I
Yeah,
thought-
I'm like, whoa, what's this?
I can't get over the curtain situation behind Bev. That makes me laugh every time I see it.
Oh, because Flip, she hated watching the protesters outside last year, walking by, and it was like, you talk about an overreach of the gavel with not ever allowing anybody up there. And, in the buffer zone is crazy.
See? Come on.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated. Sorry about that. It's my fault.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these.
Yeah.
Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Of course.
Of course.
Are we just saying that?
Yeah, at least you won't ambush me, but you can ambush the defense.
It's only a murder trial. Don't worry about it.
She's so much nicer to him than anybody else. Fucking douche nozzle.
Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was
100
that-
hours?
Oh,
On Monday that we sent,
All right.
but I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can,
all right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All right,
we'll
you talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All right.
Oh, interesting.
Have,
That just came up,
your
huh?
associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
And then there you go.
What do you guys think? W for the defense again?
Today?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kerry Roberts sealed it for me. That was it. She lied at the grand jury, dude. She admitted it on the stand.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
it. That's
Yep.
it. If they
Well,
can't
she was
determine, if
definitely-
they can't
definitely
determine her to
determined.
be lying,
Yeah.
no.
And Yannetti's doing a good job with, the snarky of, Karen said he was, that's all he's focusing on is that Karen was like snarky. It's not your job to determine what Karen was feeling. You just had to get her through the process of getting her Section 12, not talking about, how she was acting or looking or anything like that. That's just.
So I noticed something. And Flip, maybe you can help us with this one. You notice how Yannetti kind of, after a long day of people in the jury listening to all this stuff, do you think they'll now relate to him a little differently now that he had maybe a little humor? Because you heard some humor in that room.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like just a funny person in general. I feel like he'd be a fun guy to get a couple beers with. But I don't know. I feel like kind of when you're at this point at the day, the testimony is just so boring. Some of it is so boring, and you just have to get through it. But I feel like when you're listening to the defense talk, they at least speak with volume and project, and like even with Lally and Brennan, they just seem so like monotone, and it's just like But I think it's just because I don't like them when I'm listening to them at the same time.
And listen, you can't. I don't think you can get worse than Lally. And we sat through him for how many weeks last time? Oh my God! And look at what happened.
Yeah, I think that worked to a point too, though, because it was like he just lulled the jury to sleep, and then you
I
forget
agree,
half
man.
of it. But at this rate, this trial is going to go on till maybe July. I mean, I don't know how.
But when you have an attorney throw humor in to wake the jury up, boom, like all right, you got their attention again. But with a humor versus something that's out, negative. I think that goes a long way. I think, especially the people in the jury box.
Yeah, Jackson's really good at that. I think he's good at relating with witnesses, and he come off strong at some points, but he also like, pulls it back at other points. Like he knows how to pick a spot. So I think they're all pretty good at that. Yeah. But Brennan, I feel like that's not his like he probably doesn't have an ounce of funny in him.
No.
No.
He's not. Nope. I
no.
agree with that one.
Maybe if he fell down. So what do you think of Karen's attorneys versus the state of Massachusetts, one versus the other? Like obviously one seems a little more refined, but I mean Massachusetts has unlimited checkbook, whereas Karen's limited by funds, right?
Yeah, I mean this isn't really a Massachusetts lawyer. I mean I wouldn't call him like a common. He's not a prosecutor by nature, so he's kind of he's basically a hired gun just like them, but.
Yeah, but you can't get no more Massachusetts than this guy, my friend.
No, I know.
Yeah. He's defined in Massachusetts.
Hey, I'm gonna call it a day. You guys out?
Yeah, I'm out. Got some stuff I gotta do.
All right,
It's been a long day, man. That's 2 long days we've had.
7 hours and 34 minutes today.
Oof. Cool.
Ooh.
Guess what? You got to do it all again tomorrow.
Imagine that.
Yes.
Fun.
Maybe we talk tomorrow. Maybe not. It's up to you, bro.
It's up to you. Open door, bud.
Yeah, whenever I have time, I'll let you guys know. I can hop on.
Thanks. All right,
Awesome,
we'll talk
dude.
soon.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you for stopping by. You're welcome anytime.
All right,
I mean,
thanks.
I love your analogy. You're right on the money, I think. I think we're right where we got to be, right?
Yep. Keep moving along.
All right, man.
All right,
Thanks,
guys. I'll
Papa.
talk to you later. Yep. Thank you.
Talk to you.
See ya.
Mike, enjoy the night, my friend.
I will see. Feels like I'm gonna go just chill out for a while.
Gone. Eat some dinner and say night.
Yeah. It was a pleasure my partner.
It was a good day.
It was weird not having you down at the event of the Norfolk County today, but
I got it figured out. I got it
nothing
figured
to
out.
see. Well, yeah, but there's really nothing to see yet, in my opinion.
But you know what? I can still do both. I can go down there in the morning, right?
Come back
Catch
at
the
lunch.
catch the morning rush, and just put me on mobile the whole time. I mean, we're gonna be listening to.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And if it goes on sidebar, I'll just unmute.
Yeah.
That way we
Okay.
do both. That sound like a plan? Is that the
Yeah,
does Scott like that idea?
I think
You
so.
get both.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's so much different than it was last year.
Mike, to be honest, it really is a waste. Not that she doesn't need the support, but Mike, it took me an hour and 7 minutes, and one time it was an hour and 17 minutes for.
Yeah.
There she goes,
to talk to people, other like a half a dozen supporters, and 2 or 3 of them being assholes. One gets arrested. I mean, some people, yeah.
And it's a shame. Them other people will really being jerks, and they're giving the people that are doing the right thing, which is a lot of people, giving them a bad name. Just those jerks that didn't need to be there. And hey, one got locked up.
See, people are thinking comparing last year to this year. I guess if you're not there, you just don't know the difference. There's a huge difference between the layout. It is big versus very small, no sight, cars all around you. A lot more people scrunched together in a corner of a fence.
Yep.
It's not like it was last year where you could walk 50 yards and just have people with signs hanging out. It's nothing like that. So, but I guess we can still bring it to you if that's what the people want.
I don't know. I mean, I would rather do it this way. I was able to get more content to you guys this way, and me and Mike were on screen more today than we've ever been. I think doing it this way is better myself.
Right.
But
I mean, now we're just like everybody else, though. Everybody else does it this way too. But hey,
everyone else is an hour away, like me.
That's true.
I'm like an hour.
Right.
And then it's just.
And then having Flip jump in would be kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the best part of the day to me.
He's still pisses me off.
Maybe we have some of our supporters jump in.
Yeah.
We do that.
Yeah.
Right.
I wish we should have asked the chat. We should ask the chat if they had any questions for Flip. Damn, we should have done that.
He'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back.
I think he had a good time. I think I love his insight. I think he's right. I think he's pretty good on the money with the stuff, man.
Oh yeah. So,
and the good part is we're immune to. He's right. We're immune to some of this because we just take things as well. It's Norfolk County, and it's how it is in Canton, where he's like, dude, time out. That ain't right. Right? So if we don't see that part, we wouldn't even know.
You're right, man. It brings me back to like this guy's. What you're seeing is not normal, and we're kind of like, well, kind of is what we're used to it, and you become numb, comfortably numb, so to speak. Like
exactly.
Kerry Roberts and this guy, Whitley, living right around the corner. And then all of a sudden we find out that Proctor's went to school with them. Then Proctor, just what the fuck? All right, man.
And this is only what? This is day 2.
Yeah, there's been fireworks going off, man.
I can't believe she lied. I can't believe she lied on the stand. Well, she said she did.
And the only reason why I'm telling you, the only reason why they put Mrs. O'Keefe up there was to
That's horrible,
suspicion,
dude.
Put the suspicion in the mind of the jurors. Why was she upstairs for 15 minutes? It'll come out that she had no access to the ring. She was up there getting her shit. How long is 15 minutes, right?
Dude, she has to get all her underwear out of there. Come on. Her clothes, her shoes, her jacket, her glove, just shirts.
When she walks in there,
hairspray, clothes, brushes, takes time, dude.
Peg saw her, and then she never saw her. But Karen tells you that I got the feeling that they thought I did it.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough thing, dude.
And then
I bet they're looking right at her too, and she's probably.
I hope they use the words that Paul gave to Christina Rex. That you know what, we had a feeling that Karen was acting kind of weird, and the way she left, we just kind of knew she did it. Remember that interview with
Yeah,
Christina
yeah, yeah,
Alexis?
yeah, yep.
Hope
Yep.
that comes up and bites him in the ass.
Well,
Anyways,
listen, that day's coming.
yeah, I know. I'm just
It's
over,
coming
over. I'm
soon.
overexcited about it. I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, I can't stand that. I hate, and the way Hank is playing the cards, like, firefighter, family member, just like he's playing like a different hand of rummy. I'm not used to this. So, yeah, last time it was like from the beginning of the day, who was there first, who was there second, like just that's how he went through his whole trial. It was very predictable, but then he throws Garino in today and then Disney Frost, it was just different. So I'm not used to it. I'm getting used to it.
Listen, wait till we process this.
Wait
will be a
for
different
us.
day. Yeah.
All right.
This is
All right.
different.
I'll talk to you. If you need something, call me tonight.
Gotcha, my friend.
All right, chat. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll talk to you, Tommy.
Sleep well. Talk to you tomorrow.
Mods, awesome job for stepping up, man. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow.
Wait, bud. All right, real quick. Bonnie Clay. Today's my day off. Setting an alarm. Wanted to go meet Tom at the diner and hang out with him. Love you guys. Hey, Bonnie. I think I'm gonna stick here tomorrow. This is kind of cool doing this, especially with Flip coming on. That was kind of cool. Kristen Courtroom, $2 super sticker. Glenn Lake, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, man. Membership king, my friend. What an asset to the whole community we have, right? Glenn goes around, he goes to other people's things and supports everybody. I seen him and like all around, and I'm just like, hey, there's Glenn. Nope, there's Glenn. There he is again. So, Glenn, from me to you, thank you for supporting the community. I know a lot of people make comments about the memberships that they get, and they're very happy and they're very thrilled. So, for what it is, I know you make some people smile. So you make me smile. Thank you for being here, Glenn. You make this place better. Roseanne, 499. Thank you very much. And Glenn, again, another membership. There we go. All right, guys. Yeah, I was able to get more content to you guys today. It just seemed to work out pretty good. So, if you have any questions or comments, anything like that, send an email, cputom@gmail.com. Hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up on the way out, and we will catch you all in the morning. Sleep well.